Because of many of you, this is why we're doing this again, because a lot of you enjoyed it, and we kept asking us when you're going to do it again, so I thank you for that. People are going to come in throughout the day, so make sure you save your spots when you go to the bathroom or the bar, and there will be the food at noon to 2, so you know that we will have that available. Let's see, what else? Let me see. There will be 2 short intermissions, like again, we're really going to try to, we have a lot to pack in. So many people I want to include, and that's why we need to do it probably more often, because we really want, our vision is to have people up here to tell their stories themselves. Yes, I wrote about it. Yes, Ray interviews people on his college radio station, WCSB, 89.3, right? But it's not the same as when somebody's telling their own history themselves. So that's our goal. Okay, I do ask for you to keep your phones turned low and down, so give everyone on stage the utmost attention. I see all of you pulling out. It's like church, please turn off your phones. You don't have to turn them off, just turn them down. And if you do need to speak on the phone, please just go out into the hallway. And I thank you all in advance again for being here and telling your friends. Again, I want to introduce Ray Carr. I don't know when we met. I think it was a while ago when you asked me to be in.
It was many years ago. But I count the days, because the day I met you was the day I became a better person. Really. She is a great person and a great writer. Thank you. And I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, her books are back there, but this is the book that I use every day. Cleveland, Rock and Roll, and the Cleveland Connection. This is an amazing book. I use it all the time. Anytime you want to learn about anybody from Cleveland, this is the Bible of all rock and roll encyclopedia. So not only that, but all of our other books are amazing as well. So let's give Dee a big hand.
Ray, of course. I do want to say that if you get sticker shock from those 2 books that I have, that's all I have left, and that's what I paid for, because unfortunately Kent State University Press, decided, and I get it, 20 years old, it's, it's really expensive to print because of the, it's a big book. There are 2 more copies available, and please look at my fiction, because I include Cleveland and different venues and people in my fiction as well, but I like to make shit up. So that's why I went from nonfiction to fiction, so I can make up stories, but then still have the history in there, and I don't mess with the history. Okay, so Ray's going to start off the first interview, right?
I guess our guests are in the green room right now.
Hey, you guys get out of the bar!
By the way, real quick, the official Ray Carr t-shirts are on sale in the back for only $10. That's all they are, is $10. We do accept cash. Thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we're going to be introducing our first guest. We actually have 2 of them. We're listening to Memphis by Lonnie Mack in the background. Our first guest is a great radio personality, master of ceremonies, a world-class communicator, a member of the Broadcasters Hall of Fame, national and local. And of course, he simply is Mr. Cleveland. Ladies and gentlemen, well, I'll tell you what, here's a man that also is a great radio personality, master of ceremonies, a great communicator, a great DJ, and a savant when it comes to the world of rock and roll. Ladies and gentlemen, Ted Alexander. Ted, have a seat anywhere you like. And now, back to, yes, a radio personality, master of ceremonies, world-class communicator, broadcaster. He's in the Hall of Fame. And of course, folks, he is Mr. Cleveland. Will you please welcome Larry Morrow? Larry, I wanted you to know we're playing your song, Lonnie Mack, Memphis. Well, gentlemen, let me start with Larry. Larry, it all began for you, if I recall right, the Bloomfield Country Club, one of your first jobs.
Bloomfield Hills Country Club.
Bloomfield Hills Country Club, and it was a very exclusive place because the people that played at that particular country club were the Fords. You know, Lee Iacocca played there. I mean, the big people of the auto industry. And you started out there making, I believe, was it 10 cents an hour?
Yes.
10 cents an hour.
I was a shoe shine. Should I be using a microphone?
Yeah, just use the mic. Yeah, we'll get closer there.
You would think, Ted, that I knew something about this. Can you hear okay?
Okay.
I was part of 4 boys in our family and 2 girls. And my mother said at 9 years old, we had to get out of the house and go to work. So I lived a couple of miles from the most prestigious golf course around. It was called the Bloomfield Hills Country Club. And I don't even know what I was doing. I hitchhiked my way, and I walked into the only area that had a door at that time, and it was the shoe shine department. And I knocked on the door, and this wonderful African-American guy opens the door, and he said, "May I help you, son?" And I said, "I'm looking for a job." And he said, "Well, what can you do?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't know what I can do. I'm just here to get the job." And he actually hired me. He said, here's what you do. He said, Bloomfield Hills, by the way, very prestigious place. The automotive executives played there, etc. So he said, you walk up to the locker room and pick up the shoes. You're not allowed to step in the locker room at all. Just go up to the locker room, pick up the shoes, bring them down, take the grass off of the shoes, and then buff them. And then he said, and we'll polish them. And he said, you're not good enough to polish the shoes yet. So you had to wait for 2 years. But I got that job at 10 cents an hour, and I couldn't have been more thrilled. That was great.
Yeah, and then, of course, years later, of course, after the Marines, and you met Elvis on your way to basic training with the Marines.
Yes.
And that you said in your book that was one of the big moments of your life.
You mean Elvis?
Yes.
Yeah. I was on my way to San Diego, California, when I joined the Marine Corps, and we stopped over. We left Detroit, and we stopped over in Chicago. And so I didn't know any of the guys, so we gathered together, maybe 7 or 8 of us, said, let's go into the bar and just get a drink. It wouldn't be a hard drink, it would be a soft drink. And so we walk in, and the only record that I had ever purchased at that time was Heartbreak Hotel by Elvis Presley. And we walk into the bar, and there's Elvis sitting all by himself at the bar. So I said to the guys, let's go up and get his autograph. And they said, oh, no, man, we're not going to do that. You go. So they followed me up, and I said, Elvis, I said, I just joined the Marine Corps, and I have your song, Heartbreak Hotel, and it's a collector's item for me. And he said, first of all, congratulations for joining the service. And he said, I'm proud of you for doing that. And he signed napkins for 7 or 8 of us. You know what that napkin would be worth today with Elvis's signature on it? So I would have Elvis's signature and Avery Friedman, and I'd be fine, ready to go.
You know, Wixie came, though. I mean, Wixie 1260, CKLW. Before that, though, by the way, you had a name called John Paul Jones.
Yeah, I worked at, on my way up to coming to Cleveland, I worked at a small radio station, WKHM in Jackson, Michigan, where it was my very first radio station, and I wasn't very good, but it was my station, you know, learning how to spin records, and I had been through the most prestigious radio school in America at that time, and I had gone there for a whole year. So I get my first job in radio at WKHM in Jackson, Michigan, and the girl who was cleaning up would come by at 7 o'clock at night, and my shift started at 7, get over at 1 o'clock in the morning, and then I would turn off the transmitter and get ready and have the guys ready for the morning show. You know all about that, Ted. So I remember my first or second day there, the lady who was cleaning up, she said, do you know how many people have been at this radio station and have gone on to be big stars in Detroit? And then she started to name all these guys that I really loved a lot and admired. And she said, if you got anything on the ball, you won't be here longer than a year. So as I was coming up from my first year, I remember getting the job at WTRX in Flint, Michigan, exactly 1 year to the day. She said, if you got anything on the ball, you won't be here long. So I ended up I went from the 700th market in America to the 165th market in Flint.
Yeah.
That was a big move for me.
And CKLW, and then you came to Cleveland in 1966.
Yes. And the way I came to Cleveland, I was working at CKLW, which was a very, very big radio station. Anyone ever remember CKLW?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you do? Yes,
Very good.
CKLW. And when I went there, I was so excited because you don't normally get into a major market, into a top 5 market, without somewhere between 10 and 12 years experience, big time. And I ended up going there in my second year in radio. I'd only been on the air for 2 years. And I didn't think I was ready, but I got the job anyway. And so I ended up doing the night show from 7 to midnight. And I was so excited, I told all my friends, I'm going to CKLW and I'm going to be on the air from 7 to midnight. And they said, oh, that'll be great. We'll listen for you. Well, about 45 minutes before I went on the air, the general manager and the program director walked in and said, by the way, we have a great idea. Since the radio station is in Canada, which is just a stone throw from Detroit, he said, we've got a great idea. We're going to change your name from Larry Morrow to Duke Windsor. And I said, all I thought was, no, you can't. So I took my name as the Duker and my nickname, and it stayed with me through my entire career. So I ended up coming to Cleveland after I was fired from CKLW. And in those days, and Ted, you'll remember this, if a big company bought a radio station, they would fire all the DJs and bring in their own DJs. That changed later, but in those days when I was at CKLW, they sold the station and we were all fired. So now I'm looking for a job and I get a call from Norm Wayne, who was one of the 3 owners who owned Wixie 1260. How many remember Wixie 1260? Oh, don't you all? Surely, at least my time, the most successful radio station in Cleveland and one of the most successful in America, and I'll tell you why in a second. So anyway, Norm Wayne called me and he said, we have an opening from 7 to midnight. We'd love to have you here. What I didn't know is that my 7 to midnight show at CKLW was rated #1 in Cleveland. I was not aware of that. So they hired me to work for 7 to midnight, and then he hired me and fired me within a week. He said, Jack Armstrong was doing the night show. We fired him, but now we've hired him back. So we don't have room for you there, but would you consider working from 9 till noon? So, and he said, we're getting ready to bring the Beatles in town, so we'd like to get you in so we can introduce you when the Beatles come in. Well, by the time we got the contracts worked out, I came here a week after the Beatles were here. So it's the only major group in the world that I was never able to meet would be the Beatles. The Stones and the rest of them, got to meet them all.
Well, amazing stuff, Larry. And of course, I just want to mention before we talk to our good friend Ted, who's also an amazing person, jingles, the GM jingle and the Smucker's jingle, which you won a Clio award for.
Yeah, I'm a very young kid. At the time, I'm 14 years old, and my mother would always say to me, you know, she said, you're going to be a writer one day because all the songs that I hear you singing and whistling are original. And so she cut out an ad that was in the paper for a jingle company in Detroit looking for jingle writers. I don't even know what a jingle was. And so she gave me the ad and she said, I want you to hop on the bus and go there and tell them that you're a writer. So I hop on the bus. The bus at that time cost a nickel.
A nickel.
So I hop on the bus, it takes me to Detroit, and thank God for me because the bus landed right there where the jingle company was. And I walk in, and the secretary says, may I help you, son? And I said, yes, I'm a writer. And I showed her the ad. And she said, well, can you show us what you've written? I said, I don't have anything to show you. They felt sorry for me, so they went and they got the owner of the company, and he came in, and you're going to love this, Ted. He said, son, look, he said, come into this room. He said, let me show you what we do. He said, we take slogans and we create campaigns around these slogans. And he put 4 or 5 slogans down, and he said, why don't you write a melody to each one of these slogans? So he showed me a little Wallensack tape recorder. Yeah, that may have been the very first tape recorder ever made. So, so he goes out of the room, and he comes back, and he said, "Did you put a melody to all the songs, and I mean all these logos?" And I said, "Yes." And the one for GM, I wrote GM, Mark of Excellence. So he said, "You know what? We like this one." So he gave me a check. Now remember, the bus was a nickel. He gave me a check for $15. Can you imagine? I thought I had died and gone to heaven. So I get back on the bus and I come home and I gave the check to my mother, of course. And my mother said, "I told you were going to be a writer." She said, "When are they going to run it?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't have a clue." So it was about 2 or 3 months later, we're watching television and the GM commercial comes on and the music is GM, Mark of Excellence. And it lasted 25 years. And the Cleveland Press did a story on me sometime around that time after it had been on for so long. And I had told them that I had written it. Well, the article ended up someplace in Detroit at that same jingle company. And the owner of the jingle company called me and he said, "I remember you walking in. I don't remember you writing that piece of music, but I remember you walking in." And I said, "You owe me $200,000. And if I'd have known Avery Friedman at the time, I'd have been a millionaire today. Okay.
Larry, let's turn around and take a look at the slide right here, if we can.
Larry, I want you to
Some
turn
of the
around.
great Wixie 1260 promotions.
I don't know if you could get away with that these days.
Well, no, I guess these gentlemen were voting on which part of the ladies' anatomy that they liked the best, and there was a number of ladies there, so I don't think they can do that anymore.
Well, you know, Wixie, we were doing these promotions which were really crazy. We did the big bus contest, and we asked all the ladies, those of you who were very motherly endowed, come on down to Public Square, and we're going to measure to see who is the biggest. Well, the contest had been done by Johnny Carson already. We were just repeating what Carson did, and we had 10,000 people show up, you know, a couple hundred women, and I was embarrassed by all of that. And then the next one was the short skirt, the mini skirt contest. The worst thing you can do is invite 14-year-old and 15-year-old boys to come down to a 12-foot stage looking up at the girls in mini skirts. And so the one promotion that turned everything around for Wixie was when I went to Vietnam. And we brought the boys home from Vietnam, and I went over to Vietnam for almost a month and interviewed as many of the Clevelanders as we could, brought them home. We took the cassettes and sent the cassette to every parent in greater Cleveland. And that was maybe the most successful promotion that not only that I did, that the station did, but maybe the most successful promotion I think that Cleveland's ever done, where you reach out and you touch the hearts of people. Yeah. And it was called Wixie Brings the Boys Home from Vietnam for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Can you imagine? That was a wonderful promotion.
No, that was fantastic,
Yeah.
Larry. Let's bring in Ted Alexander. Ted, a great radio personality, a man that the amazing Ryan, our technician here. Thank you, Ryan. We're on Coast to Coast TV here, so, you know, smile, Ted. There you go. So, Ted, share with us. Now, you graduated from St. Joe's, went to John Carroll. Music has been a big part of your life, but you also had that incredible booming voice. And, you know, did you know at a young age that radio was going to be in your future?
I knew that from before I could walk, I was fascinated with radios. And I have clear memories of wearing a sweater which had buttons on it that looked like tortoiseshell buttons, that if I pushed these buttons, they looked like these radio buttons, and if I pushed these buttons, radio could come out. I had these appendages that I didn't know what to do with. Heck, you're 8 months old. I got pictures of this. I remember this clearly. I remember being in a playpen thinking that the little rattles on them were radio dials, and I had a rattle that looked like a microphone. So I was always fascinated by radios. Got the little radio kits when I was like 5 or 6 years old. People gave me old radios. And I developed a real liking for the technical aspect of radio. And got my ham radio license when I was 13 years old. Got my commercial radio license when I was in high school. Always wanting to be a professional broadcaster. So I got hired at a little station out in Willoughby because I had a first-class radio telephone license. And talked my way into On the Air. The first thing I ever read on the air were horse race results. And one thing led to another, and then I wound up doing record shows and various things. I got a call from one of the guys at the old, you remember WKBF TV, the first channel 61?
Yes.
And they called me up and said, would you like to do our booth work? So I did that, and then I got a call from Jim Holston at WGAR and said, and here I'm 22 years old at the time, and all these guys like Tom Armstrong and Ted Halliman and Bob Vernon and those guys. This was before the Big 12 20 days on WGAR, and they had me doing that. I turned down an offer from them to go with the 107.9 FM here because we took it top 40. And then one thing led to another. But that's how kind of I got started. But I was always interested in the technical end of radio as much as the on-air end of it, and built some of the studios that I wound up broadcasting out of.
And you also work with Mark Manolio's father, and you hired Mark Manolio, who's at WCSB right now, as one of your first people.
I hired him when he was 19 years old. And his dad was the guy that did Eggshell Land, which out in Lyndhurst, and rest his soul now, but that was just one of the things that comes around this time of the year every year.
Now, the first radio program that you heard, that you can remember, was it a radio serial? Was it
It was Alan Freed.
Was it really?
I remember Alan Freed's shows, and I can remember him saying, that's such and such on the Bluebird label, and then he would sing along with the records as well. And at that time, I had a radio that didn't have a dial on it. You had to reach inside and turn the internal mechanisms on it, and I heard him on there, and then I also heard just other stations that I would land on. This is about 1953, so 52, 53, and there was this thing about a coronation ball that I remember. I was like 6 years old at the time, and when as time would go on, wound up working at the various stations that he did, and listening in the 1950s to Bill Randall and Phil McLean and several of the other personalities, Carl Reese at WERE, the great lineup that WHK had back in the late 1950s, Johnny Holiday and the other guys over there. In the early 60s, I enjoyed KYW with Martin and Howard and Jerry G and Jim Stagg, and then of course Larry on Wixie and the great lineup they had there with Wixie. And my mom always used to listen to Howie Lund on the old WDOK, and he hung on for a while at Wixie. And that's how I wound up through the 1960s, splitting technical as well as being on the air.
Any particular records that you consider yourself a person that broke the record? I mean, like you were the first one to play one?
Well, you remember Chris the Mighty Quinn, the radio personality? Chris and I were good personal friends, and he was the music director at this little radio station out in Willoughby. He used to listen every week to all the new records. He had a stack of 45s that high that he would go through and see if he could pick a couple of hit tunes. He had an incredible ear for music. He came in the studio one day and say, "Ted, just put this one on." This was like the summertime of 1969. And he says, "It's a little long, but it's got a great beat, and I think it's got a potential for being a hit." So I put it on, and it's na 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 na, etc. And he said, "You probably got the award for being the first guy to ever play that record on the air." And then there was another one called "Will You Be Staying After Sunday" by the Peppermint Rainbow. That record also hit the top 40 nationally. It started here in Cleveland. And the group was so thankful that we started it. They came out and did a free concert for us at East Lake North High School. Those are a couple of the other ones. Then you'd have an occasional artist walk in on the studio. Oliver, remember Oliver and Good Morning Starshine? Just as Good Morning Starshine was trailing off the charts, he showed up at the radio station and says, "Ted, could you put this record of mine on? It's brand new and I think it's going to be a hit." And that was Gene, from the prime of Miss Jean Brody. It turned out to be a #1 hit tune. So I had that hit record handed to me personally by the artist. There were several stories like that along the way.
Yeah, I mean, you've lived through a lot of that stuff, and you're still here. I mean, you still love radio, obviously.
Still do. I had kind of semi-retired for a while. I worked at a technical company that made audio consoles and telephone equipment. And then I had retired from there. I was about 70 years old at the time. And figured, well, okay, I'm just going to take it easy for the rest of my life. And the guys that are running the radio station out in in Lake and Ashtabula counties, guys that used to own 1100 3WE. And it goes back to the days with Larry, the guys that owned Wixie. Called me up and said, would you like to program a solid gold format on our little radio station? It's a fairly small signal that covers Lake and Ashtabula counties, but we want you to put in a solid gold format. And I said, well, how do you want me to do it? They said, anything you want. All of a sudden, every radio personality that has ever wanted to program their own radio station, this was a dream. It's like, I can play everything from the Beatles to stuff, basically 60s and 70s, but what was my judgment as to what put on as a solid gold song. And we're now up to like 4,000 records on the playlist out there. It's a little 93.7 FM. You can hear it here on your radios, but the transmitter is way out in East Lake County. But I have nobody to answer to out there. I put on whatever I want. And a couple of things came along with that. A couple of days ago, I interviewed Johnny Mathis, and he's coming to town, and I'll be playing that on the air in a couple of days out there too. So, if you can't pick up the signal, it also streams online. So if you like solid gold, I mean really solid gold, basically 60s, 70s, a few 50s, and a few 80s, that little station is my creation.
Ted, tell me your favorite the five favorite Ted songs. If you're on an island, Ted, and you only have 5 songs you have to listen to every day for the rest of your life, what would those songs be?
That'd take me all day to decide. One of my all-time favorites from the first time I heard it was I Only Want to Be With You by Dusty Springfield. That's a great song. Kind of a Drag by the Buckinghams is one of my favorites. Remember that? There are just so many of them. So much of the Doobie Brothers and the Eagles, their songs into the 70s. Of course, there were some Beatles songs. Thank You Girl by the Beatles, one of their secondary songs, but it was a single.
Good choice.
One of my all-time favorites. There are a couple of Brenda Lee songs. That's All You Gotta Do, which was one of the two-sided hit tunes with I'm Sorry. Is that 5?
Close enough.
Close enough.
I'd like to throw in there Downtown as well, Petula Clark.
Downtown by Petula Clark, as long as it's not done by Mrs. Miller.
I love it, Ted. I love it. Larry, let me go back to you real quick. We're going to take some, you want to take some questions from the audience?
Sure.
First, I do want to know, what is your favorite memory from working at Wixie? We all remember you on Wixie.
Oh boy, my favorite memory, I think I talked about it. My favorite memory was I had been in the Marine Corps, and the radio station had done these promotions which we talked about, the big bus contest, the skirt contest. So one day the program director calls me in, and they said, we've got a great idea. And the Vietnam War was at its height. And it was the first time the Vietnam War was being played on television for the first time. So they said, we've got a great idea. So we have 220 Clevelanders in Vietnam, and we thought it would be a great idea if we sent you over there to interview all of them. What do you think about that? And I said, I'm not going. And she said, but you were in the Marine Corps. Wouldn't you like to go over there and interview them? And so the more they talked about bringing the interviews home, playing them on the air, and I said, okay. I said, but I don't think we're going to be able to get permission because it's at the height of the war, and when people would see it being played on television, it was awful. It's what you see being played in the Ukraine today. That's how awful it was. And so we decided that I would go, and I said, okay, I'm going to go. It'll be fun to go. Well, again, we couldn't get permission. We got turned down everywhere we went. And so one day, I get a call from a Colonel Melton from the Pentagon. And he says, is this Lawrence Morrow? And I said, I don't know who you are. But I haven't been called Lawrence since I was baptized. So, and he said, your request to go to Vietnam has come across my desk at the Pentagon. President Nixon would like to know how the officers feel and how everyone feels about the war, and we think that we'd like to send you over. He didn't say guinea pig, but he said, we'd like to send you over to Vietnam, interview all the Clevelanders that you can find over there, and we'll tell you where they are. And then ask them how they feel about the war, and then make that confidential report back to us before you leave Saigon. So, and he said, your papers will be in the mail. So I get the papers in the mail, and I didn't even tell the radio station about it because I didn't believe it. So I get the papers in the mail, and for those of you, the men and women out here, anyone in the military? Okay. Well, I was a corporal, which meant that I was at the bottom of the list. You know, you become private first class, corporal, and the officers are way up here someplace. So I get the papers in the mail addressed to Colonel Lawrence D. Morrow. Colonel. So I called the Pentagon back right away and I said, you've made a terrible mistake. And they said, no, Colonel Melton will explain it to you when you get to Vietnam. So when I get over to Saigon, I go right away to where he was. And he told me, he said, the reason that we're giving you the rank of colonel is because as you're going to be traveling around and interviewing all these men and women, he said, if you get captured, if you're an officer, they'll negotiate to get you back. But if you're an enlisted man, they'll shoot and kill you. So I said, Colonel's fine with me. And what was really cool is that when I was in the Marine Corps, of course, we would salute second lieutenants, first lieutenants, major, colonel, and on up. And now here I am having all these people salute me, and I thought, this is really cool, you know. So that probably was the most.
That's a great promotion.
And yeah.
I just wanted to hold this record up, folks. How many remember the fight song for the Cleveland Cavaliers, Come On Cavs? Now, Larry, we talked about this, but I'll share it with the audience. I was a ball boy during the Miracle of Richfield season at the 11 years old. Every home game I'm there, and they start playing this fight song, and I go, wow. And to this day, I could watch the team warm up, and they didn't play any other kind of music except organ music, but they played the Cavs fight song.
Well, Nick Maletti, who owned at the time, he owned the Indians, the Cavaliers, the Coliseum, before they turned it down, obviously, and 3WE Radio, 1100.
And the Crusaders.
Yeah, and the Crusaders. And so I'm his morning man, and he knew that I was a writer, and he said, I want you to write a song for the Cavaliers, and I want it to be just as good as Sweet Georgia Brown. And I said, oh, there's no pressure there. So I go home, and I sit at the piano, and I remember just sitting there going, come on, Cavs, gotta make it happen. And I wasn't all that great with lyricists, so I went back, and a good friend of mine who worked at Wixie with me, Jim Fraser, Dick Fraser, wrote some of the lyrics. And so went to New York and recorded it, and it turned out to be such a wonderful song for the Cavs. Now, here's the greatest story about the Cavs isn't what we did originally. The great story was last year, was it last year, Avery? 2 years ago. I get a call from the Cavaliers, and they said, it's the 50th anniversary of the Cavaliers, and they've been playing the fight song all those years. And he said, and we're going to call the year, Come On Cavs, Gotta Make It Happen. So they said, would you please come down and talk to us about the song and about the promotion? So I grab Avery, because Avery is one of the most well-known civil rights lawyers in all of the world. So I said, Avery, let's go down and talk to them. So Avery and I go down, and I said, we got a problem. When we walked in, maybe the biggest age, or what am I looking for? The highest age of anyone there was 24 years old. And Avery had the awesome responsibility of trying to say, this guy used to be really popular at one time. He wrote the Cavaliers fight song 50 years ago. So we negotiated, and they did call the promotion, Come On Cavs, Gotta Make It Happen, for the whole year. And during the anniversary of it, they said, would you please bring a band down and play at halftime? And I said, well, can you give me the budget? Because when I recorded the song, I used 15 musicians in New York. And they said, oh, we can't afford that. So I said, well, can you afford a guitar player and a bass player and a piano player and a whatever? He said, yeah, we can afford that. So the way we made it happen is that Avery played the tambourine. So we did promote it on the 50th anniversary, and I got a band to play it, and it made it sound like all these wonderful instruments. Now we're getting ready to perform, and all of a sudden, I don't have anything to play. The piano player is playing the piano, The bass player is doing his thing. The guitar players are doing what they did. I don't have anything to play. I gave Avery my only tambourine for him to play. So I'm sitting there in front of 20,000 people going, come on, Cavs. Come on, Cavs, got to make it happen. That was fun.
It's a great one. Ted, do you have any memories of, the Cavaliers and the sports teams back in those days and, covering things on radio?
There was an interesting time when I was over at 3WE, and I thought the station was on fire. This is sort of like a Cavs and all. And as you all recall, Joe Tate was one of the, if not the absolute best play caller in NBA, and also baseball before that. So I'm in there early one morning, and I'm walking down the hallway, and I thought our newsroom at 3WE was on fire. So I walk in there, and I figure, well, what am I going to do, grab a fire extinguisher? But no, it smells like tobacco. Well, I walk in there, and you remember the newsman had been around in radio in Cleveland for decades, Tom Carson. Mm-hmm. Tom loved his cigars. Half the time he'd walk around with an unlit cigar in his mouth, but this morning he happened to have it lit and was puffing on it. And at the time, Joe Tate loved the cigars. And so as I get up to the door to the newsroom, and I look in there thinking something's on fire, maybe, news copy or something's on fire, here's Joe and here's Tom puffing away at their cigars. I mean, just, puff, 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 puff. There was so much smoke in that newsroom, you couldn't see from one side to the other. And I thought you guys set it on fire. They just sort of shrugged it off. We like our cigars and all that. So that was kind of an interesting side story to one of the things with the Cavs.
Okay, and we could have you here all day. I love the stories. We were going to have a Q&A, but we want to kind of keep it tight. But are you going to hang around a little bit? If you have any questions for Ted or Larry, feel free to ask. And then, I wanted to mention, your radio station is fabulous. Of course, I live in Lake County, so I get it every day. But I love the songs that you play that you never really don't hear anywhere else except for Ray's show. So I appreciate that. Larry, real quick, tell the audience, what are you doing these days? Because I know you stay really busy.
Oh, yeah. I love to stay busy. If you were to go to my website, which is larrymorrow.com, I teach at John Carroll University. I'm an adjunct professor of executive communications, which I love doing, and that's what I do. And then I still write music. I still write and produce music and still do commercials. I can't keep myself busy enough. And before we leave, I have to say something. Ray Carr interviewed me a few days ago. And I've done a lot of interviews over all my time in radio over the last 50 years in this town. I don't think I've ever had an interview with someone who was as well prepared and knew everything about my entire life from the time I was 10 years old than Ray Carr. Oh. And then on top of it, Avery, what's my favorite song? When I was national on the from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I had a theme song. Avery? And it was called?
Memphis
by Lonnie Mack. Ray Carr opens the interview with Lonnie Mack and that song. Yeah. And I thought, no one has done that kind of homework ever. No one has taken me back to when I was 10. And now that I'm 40, it's good.
Yeah.
Larry, it was just an honor to be able to speak with you, so I figured that out of respect, I have to do my homework just to show you how much I care.
I didn't hear the question.
No, I'm just saying that you are somebody I've admired since I was a little kid, so I figured I have to do my homework, because you are such a legend. Both of you are. You really are.
Yes.
Questions, I'll come out there with the microphone if anybody has a question.
Okay, we're going to fit that in. Yes.
Anybody have a question? Well, let me come over here. How about, I'll feel like Phil Donahue here. All right.
We don't get questions asked by a
Avery.
guy who's been on CNN for the last 18 years with the highest. Avery Friedman has the highest rated show on CNN for the past 18 years on Saturday.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you. You talked to another internationally known radio star at one time about how you keep your voice the way you do. And you had a conversation because he undertook certain things the way you did. You remember that story?
Oh, I remember the story well. Tell him who it was, though, because I won't remember his name.
Well, the story was on South Michigan Avenue in downtown Chicago, two radio legends, Larry Morrow and the great Paul Harvey.
Yeah. Remember Paul Harvey? Well, I'm sitting next to him during, we went for I was blessed to be nominated to the National Radio Hall of Fame in Chicago. And so we're there for the induction ceremony. And to my right, Avery is sitting to my right, and then to him is Paul Harvey and his wife, Angel. And so I said to Paul, Paul, how do you keep your voice so rich with all that timbre? And he'd been on the air for maybe 60 years at that time, Ted. So, and he said, I do the scales every morning. For anyone any singers in the audience? Okay. Singers do the scales to keep their voice in their lower diaphragm rather than the upper chestal area or in your throat. That would be la, 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 that kind of thing. So he said, I do them every morning. I said, so do I. And he said, your voice is going to remain that good for the rest of your life. So here it is, Ted. We work on our voices and
do the same thing.
keep them in the lower diaphragm. So I thank Paul Harvey.
Yeah, he was one of my favorites
And
too.
you both still sound like you're 40, really.
Okay, let me go over here. Tell us your name, where
One
you're
more
from.
question. And
My name is Ken, and I grew up in Independence listening to Wixie 1260. I had no idea that you worked for CKLW before coming here, and I did not know where the Duke came from. I thought it had something to do with Duke beer or something like that from listening to Indians games. Anyway, at the risk of tooting your own horn, what other jingles had you written? I did not know about the GM Mark of Excellence one.
Maybe the most successful jingle was the biggest advertising agency in town for the longest period of time was Wise Advertising. And Wise Advertising had an account called Smuckers. With a name like Smuckers, it has to be good. And I got a call one day from the creative director. His name was Dave London. And Dave said, hey, kid, you know, you've done a lot of local jingles. Would you like to do something big? And so I went down to see him. And he said, here's the logo. Go home and write a jingle. And he's write it on your guitar and on your little Walnut sack or whatever and bring it to me. And I thought, well, if it's Smuckers, wouldn't I go in the studio? Wouldn't you give me enough money to go into the studio and do a little jingle there and then bring it to you for maybe $500 or $600? He said, no, we've used all that money up already. What I didn't know is they had gone to the 4 top jingle writers in America, and they got turned down. Mrs. Smucker would hear the jingles and I didn't like it. So now they come to me as if I'm going to be able to do it. So I go home and I write it, and I called a friend of mine on the phone after I'd written the jingle and I played it on my tape recorder. She said, by far, this is the best jingle you'll ever do. So I got excited about it, and I went out and got one of those great big sheet cakes. And I wrote on the sheet cake, with a name like Smuckers, it has to be good. I got a jar of jelly, took all the jelly out of it, and put the cassette in the jelly, in that jar. So I took it to them, and he said something like, you must really be assured of yourself, Larry, because you've gone through all this expense. He played it, and he said, I really like it. And so he called Lois Wise in, you know, the creator of all of that. And she said, oh my God, we found the jingle for Smuckers. Get a hold of Mark, which was her husband. So Mark comes in, here's the jingle, and he said, I'm on my way to Orville, Ohio, the home of Smuckers, to play it. So then he calls me, I think about 2 hours later. He said, Smuckers has decided to keep the jingle, and it's going to be on the Today Tonight Show package. So it's going to run on the Today Show, and then it's going to run on the Johnny Carson Show. And I thought, I'm going to be a star, big time. So then he said, I need to know what your creative fee is. A creative fee is, you know, you charge them for all the musicians, then you charge them the creative for what it costs you to write it. So I said, I would normally at that time charge maybe $500 or $600 to write a jingle. That was the Cleveland price, but now this is big time. And so I called a friend of mine in New York and I said, what do I charge? Smuckers is coming national and Tonight Show, and he said, $20,000. So after I faint, I wasn't worried about the $20,000. I was worried what Dave London is going to say when I tell him that. So I called Dave and he said, did you come up with a creative fee? And I said, yeah. I said, well, first of all, we can produce the jingle in Cleveland for maybe $2,000. My creative fee is $20,000. All I heard was this. Slam the phone down. So I called him back and I said, Dave, we must have lost contact somewhere. and I said, the phone went dead. He said, are you the guy that has never done a national jingle other than that whole thing you did when you were 10 or 14? And that you were paid $15 for? Now you want to charge me $20,000 to write a national jingle? I said, yes. He went like this. The phone went down again. So now I drive down to the advertising agency and I walk in and I said, Dave, I said, look, we're going to do the jingle. And I said, obviously you're not going to pay me $20,000. So he came up with some kind of a campaign. He said, I'm going to launch you national. And he said, within a year, I guarantee you that when people know that you've written and produced this jingle, that you will be one of the big jingle makers in America. 2 years later, I had written now 7 national jingles because of what Dave London did for me. Wasn't that nice? So that's my story with Smuckers.
Wow.
With
Great
a name
stuff,
like
Larry.
Smuckers, has to be good.
Larry, one more thing. I believe the date was July 22nd, 1996. That was the bicentennial of Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes.
And you dressed up like Moses Cleveland in a big parade. And if I recall, I believe you said that was one of the highlights of your entire career.
You know, I think with sort of a retrospective view of your career, and I've been so blessed, like Ted, you know, to work in something and do something that we've loved so much. Those of us who have been on the air, you're always looking for something that separates you from the pack. Doesn't make you better. I worked against, in not the Wixie days, but after that, against John Lanigan and Gary D. and Trapper Jack, and that was sort of the big three at the time, and I was blessed to be part of that group. And so, but you're always looking, what's going to separate you from them? One day they're number one, the next day you're number one. So we're coming up on our bicentennial in Cleveland. And I had been prancing around Cleveland for maybe 10 years, promoting Cleveland dressed up like Moses Cleveland. And I'll tell you a story that I will never forgive Avery Friedman for in a second regarding Moses. But anyway, so I get a call one day from the head of the Republican Party for the state of Ohio. And he said, Larry, he said, remember when President Reagan was shot? And I said, oh, yeah. He said, well, he hasn't left the White House since he was shot. And we just found out that he's coming to Cleveland. So, and I said, wow, can you make that announcement tomorrow morning? He said, I'll make it on your show. And I thought, wow, Cleveland, we're going to be blessed. And we're at this time where Voinovich had become mayor, and all of a sudden, Cleveland is turned around. He built a baseball stadium, a football stadium, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and the Science Center. Cleveland is a new town, and President Reagan is going to top it off by coming here. So he said, I said, come on to my show tomorrow morning and make that announcement. And he said, well, we're sitting around wondering who we can get to be our master of ceremony. And I thought, well, whoever you get, make that announcement on my morning show because I'd like to interview them. And he said, well, then you're going to have to interview yourself because we want you to be the MC. Wow. Until the Cavaliers won the championship a few years ago, it was the largest crowd ever assembled in downtown Cleveland. And you can imagine 450,000 people. To walk out and give your name in front of 450,000 people and hear them clap is enough to make your life complete. Having talked about Moses Cleveland, now we fast forward to every July 22nd, I am asked to come dress like Moses and come down so we celebrate the birthday of the city of Cleveland.
My birthday, too.
Is it? Hey, Moses, what's happening?
150 years to the day I was born, July 22nd.
Really?
So,
Yep.
and I was married on July 22nd. So anyway, so I go down to perform the Moses Cleveland thing, and I ask Avery to come with me because Avery's my dearest friend of the world. So we go down, and I'm dressed like Moses Cleveland. Now, when they perform the ceremony, and we're on our way back, and Avery said, let's go have lunch. I said, not dressed like this. And I said, we have to change somewhere along the way. And so he said, no, Larry, don't worry about it. No one will recognize you as Moses Cleveland. We'll have lunch in downtown Cleveland. So I acquiesce, and I go with him. We go into the restaurant. We're sitting outside, and a young couple walks up, and she said, what, Avery? What are you, a pirate? So the girl looks at me and said, yeah, what are you, a pirate? And I was so embarrassed. I said, are you happy now, Avery?
That's a great
So
story.
it is the joy of my life to represent our city just like Moses.
Wow. Ted, yeah, let's give him a hand for that, folks. Larry Morrow. Ted, you've done so much in broadcasting. Let me ask you this question. What makes a great broadcaster?
The ability to communicate one-on-one to whoever has chosen to listen to you, to make that person, or maybe two people at a time. You're on the radio, you might be talking on 50,000 watts to 38 states and half of Canada, but you're talking to one person at a time. And as long as you make that one person feel very, very special, communicating one-on-one is one of the most important things a radio personality can do. When Paul, as Larry was saying, when Paul Harvey was on the air talking, he was talking to you. He wasn't talking to 450,000 people. When Larry or I were on the air and we're playing a hit record, we're playing it for John Q. Public alone, or Jane Q. Public alone, the housewife doing the work. The one-on-one level of communication is what makes a person on the radio your friend, and they'll come back and be part of your life. They feel like they're part of your life, so you owe it to them.
I'd like to also add to that, and Ted's absolutely right. And I also believe, and this is sort of what I teach at John Carroll, I also believe that you need to reach the hearts of people rather than their head. And if you can, when you're talking to people, making them feel like it's a one-on-one thing, if you can reach their heart, then you've really connected. And I remember someone had asked me that question a long time ago. And I said there were certain things that I would do on the air that helped me connect to people. I might say it's 10 after 7, you're listening to me here on Q104. Hey, Dad, don't tell me you left the house today without kissing your wife and children and telling them that you love them. 52 degrees, and then I would move on. And I would have people tell me from time to time, you made me feel so good, like you were talking to me one-on-one. So what Ted said is absolutely the truth. Reach their heart, and don't worry about the head. The head will come later.
Well said, ladies and gentlemen. Larry Morrow, Ted Alexander. Let's have a big hand, everybody. Come on. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you.
And again, they'll be here, and we're going to take a couple-minute break because we're going to bring out Donnie Baker and Richard Schack, and we will continue our great conversations. Thank you so much.
Come on, Cavs. Gotta make it happen. Come on, Cavs. Gotta make it happen with your fast break action. Gotta make it happen. Just keep on coming. the odds?
Ain't no way, never surrender. Come on, man. Got to make it happen. Come on, man. Got to make it happen.
Come on, Cal. Gotta make it happen. Come on, Cal. Gotta make it happen. Come on, Cal. Gotta make it happen. Keep on getting on. Gotta make it happen. Come on, Cal. Gotta make it happen. Come on, Cal.
All right, folks, by the way, just so you know, the kitchen is now open. If you're hungry, the kitchen is open. Raycar t-shirts are for sale. All of them are $10. Deanna's got an incredible amount of books out there for sale. Kitchen is open. Thank you all for being here. Our next guest will be coming up shortly.
You can be free.
ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Our next guest will be coming up. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Deanna. Donnie Baker's going to be coming up, along with E.T. Hooley, so...
Okay, are we having fun yet? Yeah! All right, it's settled, and we're going to be here all day, so hopefully you will be as well. Okay. I would like to introduce the guys these two guys are so much a part of Cleveland rock history. Come on down. Richard, first Donnie Baker. Let's hear it for Donnie Baker and Richard Schack. Yay!
Yo.
You got a fan club.
Yo, Cleveland.
Sound familiar with music?
Sound familiar.
All
Not
right.
my tune, but
okay.
it sounds familiar.
And Richard came all the way from Columbus to be here today, so give him a hand for that. All right. I want to start with this. And we were talking about downtown with Larry. So this is just one of the ads that I found. For case of, they were both with E.T. Hooley, but also Donnie was with Mr. Stress. But I wanted to kind of start in the beginning, how you formed, how did you guys meet, and how did E.T. Hooley begin?
Donnie and I had a band called The Scarlet without a bass player in Cleveland Heights. And then I went down to college, and he started to form a band with Dale, right? E.T. Hooley? Wasn't it you and Dale that really got, and Kalinowski?
No, that was your band.
Oh, that was my band. Okay.
Well, you forget through the years.
He was a smart ass then, and he still is now. But it was Dale Peters, who I later played with in the gang, Donnie on lead guitar, myself backing him up, Paul Kalinowski on drums, and Chip Fitzgerald, who was in Germany, left for Germany yesterday to play, or he'd be here today.
Yes, he would.
So that was the band, and we went to New York to try to make it. Several times. And we played a lot of gigs in New York that were a lot of fun and stuff like that. And then at a certain point when we came back to Cleveland, then we sort of disbanded for a while, and then some of us, Dale and I and Chip and a guy named KJ Knight, Kenny Mills, was a drummer from Detroit. We went to LA, and Don continued to play in Cleveland, and we went to LA.
Yeah, and that was 67, E.T. Hooley formed, correct? And what was the scene like then? Because, you go through all the archives of the magazines, if you did, in the newspapers, there was something happening every night. You guys probably played, you played the Hullabaloo's, you played the Vikings, all the college clubs.
Armory.
Right,
It's
so what was
Lost,
it?
Teen Club.
Tell us a little story about that time period.
Good, Don.
We'll start with Donnie now.
Let's see, stories? Is this close enough?
Yes.
Back in those days, the Hullabaloos would feature the likes of Jeff Beck.
I've heard of him.
Richard stays in touch. Jeff Beck and Rod Stewart played out in Manon. The Yardbirds. Remember that?
Yardbirds E.T. Hooley? we had
The Yardbirds.
We had a gig we went in to meet the Yardbirds in Lorraine at the Big Moose. And Big Moose was hot for our female manager. And he introduces us. There's Jimmy Page sitting there and the rest of the Keith Ralph and all these guys. He goes, Yardbirds, E.T. Hooley. E.T. Hooley, Yardbirds. Yardbirds, introduce yourselves. So we idolized these guys, so we were completely embarrassed that he wanted the Yardbirds to introduce themselves to us.
We thought Jeff Beck was going to be there. And at that time, Page had joined the band, and then Beck left the band. And so they show up with Jimmy Page. And we were listening to Jeff Beck. We didn't know about Jimmy Page, really. until he started playing.
We found out.
It was like he licked his finger and stuck it in the wall. He was on fire all night. An incredible show on a Telecaster. He never stopped moving and played the bow. He did all the Zeppelin stuff. It was amazing. And if you want to hear the Yardbirds with him in it, there's a song, a 45 out that we had, thanks to Brother Paul Klonowski, who was in the band, called Think About It. And when you hear that, you'll hear Jimmy Page in the Yardbirds. It was incredible. So that was the time we grew up in, and the Menners and the Hullabaloos and all of that stuff. And then in New York, everybody was there. It was just amazing. It was an amazing time.
It was a good scene. It was a little different than a bar. If you played, if any of you people, judging from looking at you, some of you were probably there. But the teen clubs, they were set up like a little concert. You know, they had a higher stage. I don't believe there was alcohol there. There were probably drugs there, but
LSD, but no alcohol.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but you felt like you were playing a little concert. So it was a little different than playing in a club, which mainly we did. So that was kind of, and then we played in Puerto Rico and St. Thomas. We met somebody at a music store in New York, and next thing you know, we're down in Puerto Rico playing 6 nights a week. And
that was the first oil slick. That was the first oil tanker leak in America, was down in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, there was a broken tanker sitting there. Yep.
And the whole bay was just covered in oil.
Wow.
Pretty gross.
Recordings, E.T. Hooley. Tell us a little bit about recordings.
We didn't do a lot of recording. We really didn't. We were just interested in playing out. We made a couple demos here and there, Cleveland recording. Nothing really happened. And I think in New York, didn't we record something?
I don't recall that.
Yeah,
But
I'm not even sure, but we just didn't do a lot of recording. We just played. It's funny because we didn't get to see, people would always ask me about this band and that band. We were playing so much that we never got to see some of the other great bands. You know, the Lake County Boys, all those, Bryson and Dave Burke and
great bands.
The Klawans.
All the Menor bands were
all the Menor bands. They all sounded great, and they could do all the Who songs. And we didn't really have much in the way of harmony. Donnie and I just wanted to be, you know, Jeff Beck. You know, we wanted to do Cream, and we wanted to do.
Right.
Donnie and I used to like when a Cream out before we were started doing some originals when the Cream came out with an album. Donnie will say, you know, if you let me do the lead to Sleepy Time, I'll let you do the lead to, you know, whatever.
And we'd swap solos.
Swap solos. Donnie used to come to my house late at night, knock on my bedroom window, hold up his little solid body crapola Japanese guitar.
Be respectful, Richard.
I'd let him in the house, and he and I would jam just with our solid body guitars, no amps, till my mother came in. And
Richard,
do you realize what time it is?
Richard, I think you should tell Donald to go home.
Yeah. Mr. Baker needs to go home. It's 3:30 in the morning.
You go now.
Now, Richard, tell Donald to go home.
Okay, now Donnie, a lot of people don't realize that you had, you know, a band called Jack Rabbit featuring a very popular singer back then.
Oh,
With the
yes.
name of?
Chrissy Hine.
Yes. Tell us about that.
I came up from Florida, and Dwayne Vare, who had played in Mr. Stress, he and Chrissy were an item, I guess. This was before Chrissy went to London. And so we started a band and played around the area. That was about it. Chrissy always knew who she was. Chrissy always knew she was going to London. I can tell you that, right off the bat.
I don't know why she never, I read where she would never admit, she said she never sang with, or Mr. Stress or anything, and.
Not that I know.
Yeah, okay. But with you.
I left Cleveland in '69, so whatever happened after that was beyond me.
You missed a lot. There was a lot that happened after
There was
'69.
a lot that happened prior to that as well, I might add. And as far as E.T. Hooley goes, it was a great band, young guys, having fun with music. We were on the vanguard of this whole thing coming through. And people look back today and say, well, you know, you should have done this and that. We didn't know about that. Did you know about that?
I still
We
don't.
were just plugging in electric guitars and having a blast. And we had a wonderful unit. Chip was a great singer. And it was Richard's band. It was Richard's force that drove the whole thing. That's how it went. And Richard has a wonderful sense of rhythm when he plays. And it was passed around the band, and we just took off with it. And it's always felt good. E.T. Hooley always felt great on stage. It was just like that. Still is today, I would guarantee.
Our premiere gig was at the old Bohemian Hall on Broadway. You remember that?
Do I remember that? I was in that hall about a month ago.
Really?
Let me tell you about that place. We played this old Bohemian Hall, our first gig, and they had little posters, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. They had a stairway that went to heaven. Honest to God, it was a mile high. And we're loading in these amps that were heavier than heck. It was a job.
Yeah.
I said, man, I hope I never see these stairs again. Are all the gigs going to be like this? I was in that hall about a month ago, and those folks there, the community, completely have gone through the place. Years coming down there, woodworkers, this, that, and everything else, and you should see that place.
Really?
It is stunning, absolutely stunning. Spectacular. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it when I saw the stairs. I said, wow, there they are. It's unbelievable. So that was the old Bohemian Hall. We had a lot of fun.
Do you remember how much you got paid?
How much we made?
What you, yeah?
$200 maybe?
It's
Maybe.
beyond me.
That's actually really good back then. Really good.
I remember I had enough to, at one point we started playing, I paid somebody $10 to move my equipment. You know, people say, where's your amp? I go, it's coming in. And I also remember some guy who used to come to the teen clubs and hear us, and I can't remember that guy's name, he had long hair. I said, you really must like us. He said, you're okay. I said, you're at all our gigs. He said, I heard you had a Marshall amp, I wanted to see it. Guy came to see my amp. You know.
There were no Marshalls in Cleveland.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember a guy named Bill Durango, a great jazz guitarist. Yeah. He opened up a store on Warrensville, and he let us rehearse there. We go and rehearse there at midnight. And we'd be rehearsing these Cream songs and stuff. All of a sudden, he's standing next to us. He's got his guitar plugged in, playing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You know, he was like John McLaughlin before there was John McLaughlin. You know. So.
Bill Durango was outstanding as an individual, and for kids coming up, he opened the doors to jamming and all kinds of stuff. Everybody played there.
Yep.
And you know, that's why it's so important that we hear these stories and that you tell them, because the younger generation, you know, it's always about influence. Who influenced you growing up? So you were influenced by who?
Well, as soon as I heard Schwartz, it was all over.
Gene Schwartz.
Somebody kept telling me about him, and the James Gang, not the one that I was in, they had a guitar player named Mouse. And they were, as a matter of fact, Ron Silverman, who's out there, was in that band, and Glenn sat in. And he sat in, and I'd never heard of him, and he could do the Beck, he could do the Page, he could do the Clapton, the Hendrix. And I remember telling someone, I go, I'm moving, I was living in Columbus. And I said, I'm moving back to Cleveland. And then on Saturday mornings, I would go to Glenn's house, his mother's house, and we'd go down the basement, and he would give me blues lessons, you know. And I did that for a while, and I actually used to see him, I lived in LA then. Donnie said he moved to Florida in '69. I moved with the new E.T. Hooley to Los Angeles in '69. I was out there for 5.5 years and came back to play with the James Gang. And were you back in town by then? When did? No. Okay. So we lost touch for a long time. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure your head's spinning thinking of all these memories.
Glenn Schwartz.
Yeah, yeah.
I have to put my 2 cents in because he was so influential to all of us. But Glenn was also influential in the English players. You'll hear Highway Child, that's Glenn Schwartz. Jimmy Page, you hear Glenn Schwartz. You really hear his influence. I mean, even at the end, when Glenn was compromised, Glenn could play a note and you're coming out of your chair.
Yep.
That's a fact. He had a gift. Glenn was a performer and he had great charisma on stage, and he was an inspiration to all of us, to say the least. And a great guitar player. I mean, he put those hands on there and it was over, man. You could play the same lick, and many guys did, but it wasn't Glenn.
Yeah.
And that's all there was to it. Hendrix wasn't Glenn. In fact, E.T. Hooley played, remember Steve Paulsine?
Yep. Hendrix came in and sat in. Not with us. He sat in with the.
We opened up where it was audition night or some kind of
Yep.
thing for the club, and we played the first set, and then a Canadian band came in, and
Sure.
they had trainer amps. Do you remember those things?
Yeah, and they were called the Churls.
The Churls?
That was the Canadian band.
Yeah.
And Hendrix sat in with them, and we were completely gassed that we saw him.
Axis Bold as Love had just come out.
Yeah.
Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? John Mayall. Well, names I can't even think of, all up and down New York. Everybody was in New York, and it was just unbelievable seeing.
I just wanted to mention that before Glenn's passing, he was on my show live, and he played, you know, even at his age at that time, he was still absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I was just in awe of how good he was.
And I think that Mr. Sanfilippo, Butch Armstrong, is doing a great job of carrying on that tradition of, it's a combination of kicking ass on guitar, putting on a show, and you know, really going for the gold. So I give him a hats off to Butch.
Great job.
Yeah, I was going to say, and he's got a great Schwartz story as well. We can do a whole show on Schwartz. All right, so James Gang. So things happen.
That was influences.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yes.
What happened was, as far as the James Gang, I came back and auditioned.
I'm sorry. A lot of people don't realize there was more than just that power trio. You know, there was an early formation before Walsh, and Glenn Schwartz was there.
Right.
And then there was the later.
There was a number of different permutations of the James Gang, and myself and a guy named Bubba Keith, we had a band called Uncle Tom in Los Angeles on United Artists, and we were struggling like all the bands in LA in this, and then they needed a singer and a guitar player, so Tommy Bolin had left to play with Deep Purple, so we came and we ended up playing with Jimmy and Dale, and myself and a guy named Bubba Keith, who lives down in Texas, who was in Uncle Tom with me. And we toured for about a year and a half. We did a big Alice Cooper tour, and you wanted me to tell this. We played Central Park. We opened up for Peter Frampton, and they were recording live, and that became the Frampton, was it Frampton Alive? Frampton Comes Alive. Yeah. So we didn't know, I mean, it was just another recording session. Later, it turned out to be like the biggest live album at the time ever. So, and everybody, at the time, I don't want to make Don jealous here, but I had a Gibson Flying V, 58, Karina Maple,
Lonnie Mack.
and everywhere we played, Peter Frampton wanted to buy it. We played with Mountain, Leslie West wanted to buy it. He's, hey man, you want to sell the guitar? Hey man, you want to sell the guitar? Which I didn't do. I did it later and regretted it. Any guitar I've ever sold, I've regretted. Anyone.
And that's why guitars have so many guitars.
That's exactly, so.
That photo right there, that is from a gig with James Gang at the Central Park, right?
Yeah, that's that gig with Peter Frampton. And the way they did it then, you were on stage. It was a place called Sheep's Meadow, if any of you guys have ever been there. And they couldn't put the lighting out there. So what they did was they had a truss set up like this with mirrors. And then they had spotlights from behind that hit the mirror and then reflected back on you. And that's the way they did it there. And yeah, we did an Alice Cooper tour all through Canada and America. And then when that was over, I came back and played in a band called Freewheelin', which we used to play down in the flats. And then I had a band called The Jump for a while with Phil Giambardo, Paul Christensen, Dale Peters, and Ronnie Beidel, who used to play with play that funky music. Who were they?
Yeah.
Wild Cherry.
Wild Cherry, I'm sorry.
Produced by Carl.
I'm old. Wild Cherries. So, and anyway, played that for a while. And then I moved to Columbus in '83, and here I am.
You know,
There's
so
my whole
much,
life.
so much going on. And this one, I had to put this up because stress is a huge part of Cleveland rock history. And this was, there's Donnie right behind Stress. They played at the book launching that I had for that first book, now defunct, at the Rock Hall. And when was it? 2001. March 2001, so 20 years ago, or 21. No, I'm sorry, 2002. Anyway, it's a great picture, and you look the same. So, you want to talk about playing with Stress?
Yeah.
A little bit?
I'm trying to think of when that picture was taken.
That was at the Rock Hall, my book launching.
Oh, the Rock Hall.
Yes,
That's,
remember that?
2000
2002, I think about it. I know it was 20 years, so time
Yeah.
flies.
Mr. Stress, after I left E.T. Hooley, I ended up with the Stress Band, and Dwayne Vera was in that band, who went with Chrissy. And that was that. We had a harmonica, couple of guitars, and bass and drums, and it was count to 4. See you at the end. And
With some more.
yeah, it was great fun. It was a good band, a lot of roots music. Led Zeppelin was coming out at that time with some blues covers and Stairway and like that. All great music. But we were thinking, you know, why listen to them play Sonny Boy when we could play it ourselves? So that's how it went for us. And the Stress Band was great. Bill was a great artist, and just a lot of fun. I can't tell you those stories right now, but there were a lot of great stories.
Catch him at the bar afterwards.
We did the triangle of, let's see, Toledo, Cincinnati, and Cleveland. We just drive around with a U-Haul on the back. You could get busted for pot and pay $5 in Detroit somewhere. That's all it was.
Yeah, it's a shame Bill Biller Stress isn't he?
That was
no
Alan
longer
Green
with
on
us.
guitar back there, by the way. So that's when I first met Alan.
Yeah, he had the stories as well. And we're going to take some questions. Do you want to go in the audience?
I would be honored. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, raise your hand. We'll be out there with the microphone. Not everybody at once.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
It only takes one.
Let me go all the way in the back. Hold on. We'll go over here to the VIP section. All right. Just tell us your name and where you're from first.
Sandy, I'm from Medina. Where did the name E.T. Hooley come from?
E.T. Hooley, it was a Scotland Yard case.
Do you want the story of how that name
Donnie
came about?
knows that one. Go ahead.
E.T. Hooley somehow had some management. I don't know who they were. Remember their names?
The person that managed us?
Yeah. Whose house were we in?
Pat Englander.
Pat Englander. And Ross? Was it Ross?
Sabella.
Ross Sabella. So at that time, the big thing was for a band to have management, so people would hover around the bands just like they do now, and looking for bands to sign up, and then they fleece them. So that's what happened. We had our own fleecers, and we used to rehearse in Pat Englander's house in Shaker Heights. And it came time to pick a name for the band, and so everybody was coming up with names, and as soon as somebody came up with a name, everybody hated it. So that didn't work. So then it was decided to go to the bookcase, pull out any book, open it up, and that was it. It was all agreed upon by the band. And so I was elected to do that, by the way. And went over and got the book. This is the big moment, very still in the room, you know, nobody talking. Get the book out, put it down. Scotland Yard Files was the name of the book, and it opened up to the case of E.T. Hooley. E.T. Hooley, Ernest Terah Hooley. So when we got to New York, it was my job to go to the New York Public Library, which you can't believe the size of that building. Oh my God. And look up E.T. Hooley. So I walk in, and they have the Dewey Decimal System, of which I was never a master anyway. And it was huge. Honest to God, Richard, it was as wide as this room, like that high, full of drawers. I mean, it was just an amazing thing. So I'm standing there in my finest stupor, and I'm saying, wow, cool, man. You know? So this lady comes over and says, can I help you? I said, yeah, I'm trying to find E.T. Hooley. She says, okay. So she goes up to a drawer and opens it up and pulls out a card. She says, follow me. We go down these escalators. Down, down, another one, down another one. And the lights are getting dimmer and dimmer. It's like a horror story. You think you're seeing cobwebs, and you probably are. I think we get to the basement, but I don't know. There's no way to tell because you can't see shit. So she takes me over to this thing, and it was like an old monster movie, you know. The books are up there, and the light is about less than 25 watts. You can't see anything. It's dark all around. She pulls out this book, Ernest Terah Hooley, and there it was, the only thing in the whole library on Ernest Terah Hooley. Ernest was an embezzler, and he would comb the London newspapers for deaths, obituaries, and then he'd go pitch the widows on a deal, gold mines and other various money-type adventures. And E.T. Hooley did that for quite a while, had a very successful career, put all his money in his wife's name, and when the Scotland Yard popped him 20 years later, he did 6 months in jail. And that was Ernest Terah Hooley. We were proud of that name.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. All right, one more question, Ray.
Anybody else? Well, let me run over there. Good thing I'm getting
Yeah,
my
I was
steps
going to
in
ask you. I'm
today.
so
huh?
glad you asked because it was in my notes and I forgot. That's such
Okay,
a great story.
How did E.T. Hooley make the transition from you guys to Todd Sharp?
Well, I left town. So were you around when that happened, Donnie?
What was this?
He wanted to know how did they transition into Todd Sharp?
That probably happened at Bill's store, because everybody was jamming around Bill's store. That was kind of a nucleus for.
Yeah, and he was the young kid. He was, maybe 5 years younger than us. Him and Butch were the two young guys.
The young guard coming up.
You know, the young guard coming up, and then.
And outstanding players, both of them. They were really something. Todd's dad was a guitar player, and I used to teach at Bill's store, and Todd took a couple lessons. And I'm watching this kid play. I'm saying, okay, you want to teach me or what? I mean, I'm an amazing young man.
I recently saw Todd I was in Nashville, and he builds amplifiers. I forgot what they're called now. Sharp is his Sharp amp. That's what it is. Yeah, and he's got a great little thing down there. He's got all these, Vince Gill. All these guys are buying his amps. They're super expensive, but he took us out to eat. Me and Tommy Zell, who was a bass player, played with me here in town for a while. So he's doing well too.
That probably happened at Bill's store.
Yeah.
That whole transition.
Wow.
Chip was the first singer in that band.
Yes.
So Chip might have instigated that actually.
And Chip Fitzgerald was going. I asked him, and Dale Peters was going to go, and Jimmy Fox, and they all couldn't make it this day. So hopefully we'll do it again with them.
Yeah, Jimmy Fox told me to say hello to everyone. He's left this morning from his place in Tucson to come back to Cleveland, so he won't be back till Thursday.
Yeah, that
And
time.
Chip's in Germany.
Yeah, he just left too yesterday.
And
for
he
that.
just left for Germany. Yeah.
So just tell everybody what you're doing now, Donnie. I know you're everywhere, still playing. Isn't that great? He's still playing. Yay! And Rich, I don't know, are you still playing around Columbus?
I go down to Athens. I have a group of guys that I play with down there. A guy named John Borchard, who used to live up here, pedal steel player. Alex knows him, and some really good players down there. And I write songs now, and I've got a few guys in Columbus that I try to play with, and I'm always writing tunes. Play a lot of acoustic. I play more acoustic now than electric. And I sit in with a band here and there.
Yeah, great. So you have any gigs coming up?
I'm teaching at Sam Ash, music up in Lyndhurst, and playing gigs around town. And I play more electric guitar than anything else.
Yeah, and plays it very well.
Plug it in and go nuts.
Thank you, guys. This was great. So much fun having you, you know. All right, give it up for that.
Keep in mind, the Ray Car t-shirts are on sale. They're $10, any size. Deanna's got her books. The kitchen's open. The bar area, of course, is open if you're hungry, thirsty, or you just want to congregate with the celebrities over there. We would encourage that as well. In a few moments, we are going to have the great Alex Bevan. Alex Bevan will be here, along with Butch Armstrong. Yes, Butch Armstrong. This is going to be an amazing interview coming right up.
Music in my soul, second
hit a plane, is it a demon in the air? A fire-breathing, baby-eating, mother-beating bear? Is it murder? Is it rape? Is it the Watergate tapes? Or a mere hallucination caused from false outer space? No, it's a skinny little boy from Cleveland, Ohio who's come chase your women, drink your beer. My, here he are, he seems striding to the bar. He's got a girl on every arm and 3 or 4 to spare. Hell yeah, he's neat, dressed to kill from head to feet. The tavern glass staring disbelief. He got the chrome-plated platforms 9 inches high. Batteries in the soul, neon lights on the side. A patent leather jacket with a picture on the back. It's Marilyn in the nude with a tattoo on her ass. It's that skinny little boy from Cleveland, Ohio who's come to chase your women, drink your beer. Stand aside from the bar if you haven't come to drink. Throw your water in the sink, give me whiskey in my glass. The bourbon tastes mean, but it sure beats Listerine. It gets your breath twice as clean, gets you high twice as fast, run out of wild. Turkey Jack Daniels is fine. Keep your chin and tie to bull rib wine. Tequila in a pitcher, even vodka's alright. I got a roaring in my ears, got a burn in my eyes, and I'm a skinny little boy from Cleveland, Ohio. Come drink your women and chase your beer. Good people. Good people. Now you know my story. You're aware of my curse and how this decent model citizen is transformed by lust and thirst. Take heed of my warning. Walk the straight and narrow trail. Shun the gaily painted ladies, bright lights and booths of wealthy. Sitting all alone watching TV, home in bed, and your skin will start to prickle and your hands will start to sweat. You reach for the bottle just as sure as I stand. You raise it to your lips, you take a drink, and then Shazam, you're an ectomorphic young man from the Midwest, come to rape, pillage, and plunder all over flatland of Cleveland. Skinny little boy.
All right, folks. Alex Bevan, Butch Armstrong coming up here in a moment. We also have Carlos Jones coming up a bit later. Paula Baelish, the amazing and talented Rich Spina, the amazing and talented Billy Sullivan. They're in the audience right now. They will be up here a little bit later in the afternoon.
Okay, I got them up in the wings.
They're in the wings. All right.
Oh, the big one?
All right, hey folks, let's give Deanna Adams a big round of applause for coordinating all this. An amazing job. Thank you, thank you. Deanna, I'm just merely steering the ship. You're the captain.
I'm trying to get them out of the bar.
Well, you know, they're in the bar, of course, Butch Armstrong and Alex Bevan, and they'll be up here in just a moment, so get your questions ready. Plenty of books on sale in the back of the room. Deanna's got a plethora of different books. The Ray Carr t-shirts, all of them, any size, are only $10. All right, let's go. Gentlemen, come on in. Alex Bevan and Butch Armstrong. How you doing, Butch?
And Ray is going to take over this one. We
Yeah.
like to tag team. It works out better that way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be back in this chair again.
Yeah, get comfortable.
Yeah, get comfortable. We'll bring up some sandwiches here, finger sandwiches if you guys are hungry, huh? Well, Alex, let me begin with you. You and I you've been on my program, you've been around Cleveland. Everybody basically knows, you know, who you are, but let's find out really who Alex Bevan is. Let's give everybody a little bit of insight on the how you came about, your high school days, college, things like that.
Oh, and here's his drink. Okay, now he's ready.
There we go. Huh?
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll have one too. No, I'm kidding.
The real way it all started was in East Cleveland in 1965. I heard a woman by the name of Toby Tannenbaum sing a song written by Billy Ed Wheeler. The song was Coal Tattoo. She was a dark-haired, brown-eyed gal with a classical guitar. And she sang that song that started out, traveling down that coal town road, listen to my rubber tires whine. I was in love with the guitar too. And so about 4 days later, I announced to my parents that I was putting down the French horn forever, and I was going to go to Educators Music in Lakewood and get myself a guitar. And that's how Alex Bevan started. A couple years later, I met somebody by the name of Gusty Hervey. God rest her soul, she just passed. And a fellow by the name of Sean Moore, who were Irish folk singers. And I was trying to think of a stage name. I was going to call myself Windy Evans. Think of it, Windy Evans. Pretty good name for a folk singer. What do you think, Butch?
It's odd. I like it, though. It's got an odd ring to it.
Yeah,
But
well,
it
she
works.
told me, she said, what, you're not proud of your name? She says, you call yourself Alex Bevan, that's who you are. And that's at the other beginning of Alex Bevan. And so I've always kind of considered myself a folk singer, a songwriter, so I kind of represent the singer-songwriter wing of the Cleveland Rock and Roll Pantheon, and that's me.
Thank you. Butch, how about you? Tell me your story. I mean, where did it begin for you in the music career, and when did you start really realizing that, hey, this is what I am?
I remember like yesterday, I was 4 years old. I have a clear memory, and I didn't play with toys as much, but my father would bring records home from a local jukebox guy. In those days, there were albums. And he says, "Here, take these home to your kids." And my mother taught me how to use the Victrola with the big horn.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And put the needle on the record. And there was 3 records. There was Blueberry Hill by Fats Domino.
1956.
You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog, which my mother would get in the car and we'd be looking for the station. And at one time, Elvis was on every station at the same time. Right. That's like really famous. And then we saw him at my grandmother's house on Ed Sullivan's show, with everybody crowded around, and all the Italian people were like, "Man, he'll never make it." My aunt's ironing, and my older teenage cousins are going, "Oh, he's so cute," and I'm just sitting there like watching Elvis on this black and white little screen, just like out of a movie. Yeah. And that was like my first influences. And then I never forget the RCA Victor label was a dog sticking his head in a Victrola horn. It was like the logo.
Yeah, listening to his master's voice.
Right, so I used to stick my head in the Victrola, and my mother would come inside of the basement with her clothes basket, and she'd seen me doing that, listening to those records. And, "No, you're going to hurt your ears." And I showed her their album. The dog's doing it. So
it's good enough for the
that's
dog.
a true
I can do it
story.
too.
And that was how it started. And then the big record I had was Honky Tonk by Bill Doggett.
Oh, part 1 and 2.
Now, is that grooming somebody for a blues career or what? I mean, till this day you hear that song in all these movies, but that was like my favorite record. And I'll never forget, my little brother was like 2.5, and he actually took the record and broke it over my head.
Oh, my God.
And I was heartbroken, so my mother bought the 45. It was part 1 and 2. That's the beginning. And I never really pursued music. I just listened to records all the time, And most of it was Frank Sinatra and Italian crooners like Perry Como and Tony Bennett, Jerry Vale, all those people, and big band stuff. And I wanted to be a trombone player, and I begged my dad for a trombone, but I'm like, at this point, I'm 5 years old, and I can't get a sound out of that thing. Then all of a sudden, it was on a Christmas or something, my cousin Johnny, all the Italian people would go downstairs in the cold basement after church with their corsages on, cement basement in the old neighborhood, and make all the spaghetti. And all the aunts at the end of the dinner were going, "Come on, Johnny, go get the guitar, Johnny, get the guitar." And I go, what are they talking about? And my cousin Johnny was about 10 years old. I was 7. My brother was 5.5 maybe. And he brings out this big, beautiful, what it turned out to be now that I know what it is. It's a Gibson 350 TD, they called it. It was a big, beautiful, like $1,000 guitar. or at least $500, and it had an amplifier, and you plug it in the wall. It's an electric guitar. And he had the tremolo on, and he knew 3 songs. I think Malagueña, Pipeline by the Adventures, and Spanish Eyes by Al Martino. And he had this little bow tie on and this thick, wavy black hair, and he's entertaining all his cousins, and he's playing this electric guitar with the tremolo on. And we just sat there like with our mouths open, like, oh my God, electric guitar, you plug it in a wall. And it's got the tremolo, and and everybody's dancing and clapping, and he's just this little 10-year-old kid with this checkered jacket on, and it was just amazing. I would love to go back in a time machine and see that again. And on the way home, I told my dad, I go, Dad, I want to play guitar too. Just like somebody just saw somebody with a candy bar, I want a candy bar. And he goes, no, wait a minute now. His uncle got him that for Christmas, he says, and he's taking lessons on that. He says, when you get a little older, maybe we'll talk about it. And then we just kind of forgot about it until the Beatles run Ed Sullivan, and then the next day, every kid in the world, I think, went out and bought a set of drums or a guitar or a bass. And then we begged my father to go buy us a guitar. And it was a little music store called Gene Beecher's Music in Mayfield Heights, across the street from where my mother got groceries. And he was a band leader. And we walked in there, and we begged my father. We had $40 in birthday and Holy Communion money in an envelope. And it was a $40 guitar on the window, a box guitar. And we're passing it back and forth and banging on it, And my father goes, look it. I said, Dad, what do you think? We got the $40 in my pocket. Can we buy the guitar, Dad? He goes, put that away. Save your money. He says, I just made a deal with Mr. Beecher for that Gibson Melody Maker on the wall in that little Gibson Skylark amp. And I'm like, you're kidding me. And he says, but you're going to take lessons now. He says, and you start every Saturday with your cousin Johnny going to the same teacher he's going to. And that's how the whole thing started.
And when you got the guitar and you started practicing on that, did you do Pipeline?
The greatest part of the story is we brought the guitar home, and we didn't know what to do with it. We're in awe, and we go, what do we do now? We got really bummed out. We just turned it on, and we heard the tremolo, and we're just kind of strumming on the strings open. And my mother was the greatest inspiration in the world. She's seen how bummed out we were. And this is like a scene out of a movie. If I was Martin Scorsese, I could direct it. And it would bring tears to your eyes. She grabs that guitar and goes, give me that damn thing. I'll show you how to play it. She's left-handed. She turns it upside down like Jimi Hendrix. And she just starts jamming, going, jink, 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 jink. And she's going, here, that's a chord. Hey, it's a chord, Joe, isn't it? Hey, listen, that's a chord, isn't it? We're going, yeah, Ma, get it. And she's going like this with her hands. And she's like 3 fingers going, jink, jink. And she's like got this rhythm, and she's jamming. To this day, now that I know how to play guitar, you know what she was really doing? She was accidentally playing 9th and 11th chords. Real jazz chords. But, because an 11th chord is really 1 finger, and a 9th chord is these 3 fingers. If you put them a certain way, it sounds like it's a 9th chord. It's a jazz 7 added 9 chord, blues chord. And she's jamming away, and then she just inspired us so much. We weren't bummed out anymore. Then it inspired us to go to our lessons, but it was just an amazing thing she did.
She had no idea what she was doing.
She had no idea. She was just trying to encourage us, from being bummed out because we have this brand new guitar that we don't know what to do with.
Wow. And you learned how to play guitar very efficiently. And, talk about one of your first gigs. You too, Alex. I'd like to go into your first big gig that you had.
You first? Well, the first gig we had my cousin Frankie had a snare drum, and he finally got a real set of drums, Rogers drums, and then we had that little amp and guitar, and I knew how to play 3 songs. I think it was Louie Louie, Little Black Egg, Twist and Shout, and If I Had a Hammer by Trini Lopez. And I'm 10, and my brother's 8, and he didn't play anything yet. He had a little microphone that we plugged into the 2 channels, and it was, we overloaded the amp with the mic and the guitar. We're in the garage playing those songs, and the guy across the street, Jack, comes walking up the driveway. He goes, you guys want to play my party Friday? We go, really? He goes, yeah. He says, come on over. We go, and all these rich people were over there. At least they're in their 30s, 30, 40-year-old people. And we played the same 3 songs all night long. And we all got a silver dollar apiece for a paycheck. And I still have the silver dollar.
Oh, you still have it?
I gave it to my son.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Little Black Egg by the Nightcrawlers.
That was the easiest song in the world to play, but we played it. Then we finally figured out, you know what? Band's got to have a bass player. And we told my brother, you're playing bass. He's 8 years old. He goes, I don't want to play bass. He goes, no, you're playing bass. We need a bass player. And so he started taking bass lessons, and I'm not bragging, but he became one of the greatest bass players in the world. Ended up playing with Tower Power and Joe Cocker and Peter Frampton and
wow, that is amazing.
The OJs and Bob Dylan, Billy Idol. He's on his album, and just because we forced him into it.
But he had no idea, and then he found out this is what my destiny's supposed to be.
I never planned on this. No, one thing led to another, and every time I got closer to playing with, I started playing with older people because I started really young. The people in their 20s that had the bands, and they were 10 years older than me. I started going out. At one time, I was like that little Joey Bonamassa or Derek Trucks kind of kid, the 14, 15-year-old kid, and the 25-year-old kids or 30-year-old bands would go, get this kid up here. He knows how to play blues. Come on, get Joey up here. Get him up here, And I was that kid for a short time. But then, you become 18, then 20, then 30, then nobody cares anymore.
Well, I think they all care. How about you, Alex?
What?
I remember playing, one of my first big gigs was at a pizza place across from this Ohio station at 152nd and Coit. I was still in high school, but I would play 2 hours and they would give me a pizza. Fast forward a few years to 1971. I was signed to Big Tree Records, which was distributed by Ampex. And I was signed to a contract with Eric Stevens, who handled Damnation of Adam Blessing. And I was invited to play at the WHK Auditorium right before the Damnation. So I showed up with my Martin guitar, and there were no pickups in those days for acoustic guitars that were worth anything, and I wouldn't drill a hole in my Martin for anything. So they put a microphone just about like this. It was a Shure 58 in front of my voice and one in front of my guitar. And, did I mention that I had poison ivy from the waist down from a camping trip, and I had hitchhiked into town because I didn't have a car and I had barely any money, but I had a national record coming out fairly soon. It was not unusual for production companies to maybe spend some of the front money very creatively. But anyway, so that was my first of several times at WHK Auditorium, which, as you all know, is now the Agora. But there was something as I'm standing there looking at the crowd all by myself, getting ready to open for a rock band, where I'm thinking, I got to figure this out. Maybe there's a better way to do this.
I mean, you guys obviously, throughout your entire careers, you've always enjoyed the ride. I mean, the journey really is what it's all about. And, both of you have taken a circuitous path to get where you're at right now. Butch, let me start with you. The watershed moment for you as a musician, the moment that you realized, I'm here to stay, what would you say that would be?
Oh, that's a tough one. After all the bands I played with, being the younger kid of all these 30-year-old groups, I thought I did everything I could possibly do in Cleveland, so I decided to go to California in the blizzard of '78 in a Volkswagen. My parents thought I was completely nuts. I had a deluxe reverb amp with Les Paul, 58 Les Paul, and a set of barbell weights and a suitcase. And I think I had some traveler's checks. And we left. It took us a day to get to Columbus. I had a friend of mine was following me. We were covering each other's backs. And it took almost 2 weeks to get there. We had to go the southern route because Route 66 was blocked. And we went there and we started going to the local jam sessions. And I knew a lot of Cleveland people like Walt Nims and that wrote Precious and Few for Sonny Dracy. Another guy named Angelo Ortega was a singer back with the Initials. They had a studio in LA, and all these people would come to their studio and record demos. It was a demo studio, and they were famous people before they went to the big studio. I got to meet a lot of famous people there when I got there, and the local musicians at the jam nights weren't very friendly, and if you just told them, the last thing you want to do is tell everybody, I just came to California and I'm looking for a gig. It's like, yeah, okay. And they just ignore you, or you get on stage and you play really well and they don't ask you to come back up. The competitive jealousies and the level of the competition excuse me, with the local musicians was really bad. I mean, it was just disgusting. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'm hanging out with all these older people, and I go, you know, I just heard on the radio that Chicago's guitar player died. He shot himself by accident with a gun. It was an accident.
Terry?
Yeah, Terry Kath, and I didn't even think about that, you know. And then finally, I just got so disgusted with being there for a couple months and nobody even listening to me or wanted me to get up on stage. And I just asked Walt Nims, I says, you know anybody in the band Chicago? You think they're going to be trying people out? He goes, I know Robert Lamb. And I said, oh. And he says, I'll find out. The next day he goes, I talked to Robert Lamb. He says, they're going to have auditions and they want to hear you. I said, what? He says, they knew the band Rastus that you played with. They were friends. Because when Rastus went to LA and the city of Chicago, the band Chicago, would come and see them. And they became friends. Excuse me. I got the audition with the band, and it was like I couldn't believe that happened. And then, but in the end, Terry was one of the main frontman lead singers. I mean, he was a strong front personality. I knew all his riffs, and I copied him and learned all his stuff off of records. I played it locally with local horn bands since I was 16 years old. I knew the music very well. But I never sang the lead before, because every time I was in a band, they always had a stand-up lead singer. You know, so why would I ever bother to sing? I could sing oohs and ahs and harmonies. And I actually called the management company back up and I said, do you have to sing? And they go, well, you sing, don't you? You know, you wouldn't be inquiring about it unless you could fill the guy's shoes. And I kind of lied. I go, yeah, I sing a little bit. They thought I was being modest. So they said, what are you going to do when you go down there and they ask the magic question? And I was all prepared to lie to them and say, you know, just sing and sound like Tarzan or something, you know. But I actually got down there and at the drummer's house, and the electric gates opened the doors. And I walked in the studio, and they had those gold records on the wall, and the drumstick skin said Chicago, Danny Serafine. I had to pinch myself, and I pulled a George Washington. I said, I cannot tell a lie, Father. And I just was honest. I said, you know, I got to tell you the truth. I said, you know, I played like 4 or 5 songs with them, and they seemed really excited, like I was the guy. And finally, he goes, well, can you sing? And he puts the sheet music in front of me, and I go, well, I got to be honest with you, I don't have any experience singing, you know, just oohs and ahs and harmonies, and you know, and everybody was like, well, let's hear what you can do. And there's one guy in the band that, no, let's hold off on that, and why don't you go home and learn how to practice a couple of these songs the best you can, and we'll ask you back in a couple of weeks. But they never did. And it was all because of that one person. So I passed the guitar grade, you know, the guitar audition with flying colors. They said out of 30 guys, I was the best guy. And I thought that was overwhelming. And it was not just the band, but the roadie that was Terry Katz's roadie, Hank Steiger, pulled me aside, goes, you were the best guy of everybody, man. You were the best one. Because you got the job, I know it. And I went home, and when I finally found out 2 weeks later, they didn't call me back, and they says, oh, what's your name? I says, Joe, and he goes, well, at this time, the band would like to thank you for your time. And I was like, And it was like somebody that hit the lottery, and when you go cash the chicken, and it's like, oh, we made a mistake. That wasn't the numbers. You don't have the numbers. It was exactly like that. And I'm not a suicidal person, but I knew right there how somebody feels if they had contemplated, something like that, And I became really bummed out. And I never forget going to the grocery store with my dad. He didn't even know what the hell I did. He was Mr. Frank Sinatra. Come in the store with me. What are you worried about? Forget about it. And we walked through the checkout counter at the grocery store, and on the People magazine is the cover. On the cover is Chicago with the new guitar player with their arms around him. Oh. And I go, Dad, look, this is the band. Look at this magazine. I say, you see this guy? That would have been me. And it says, America's classiest rock band survives a major tragedy. And the whole People magazine was completely dedicated to honoring Chicago, and it was about the whole group. And I just died. And I says, and finally my father looked at that magazine and just stared at it. And for the first time in my life, my father actually said to himself, wow, these kids must be really good. He had no idea. My mother was our Rock of Gibraltar, Right. And that was probably the moment I says, well, I ain't stopping now. And that was like Dorothy in the Yellow Brick Road. She's going to go this way, her life's going to go this way, her life's going to go that way. And it was all within 45 minutes. Is your life going to go this way, or is your life going to go that way? And that's like the hardest thing I think anybody could have ever did. But I survived it.
No, thank God. I mean, you
persevered. You learned how to sing, and you learned to sing too.
Yeah, and I decided to go back and go home and learn how to sing. So Sonny Geraci started a band with him, and it was probably the worst band I ever played with in my life. No offense, but it was a disco band. We played bowling alleys for like 25 or 30 bucks. But Sonny was a workaholic. He didn't care about that. He put the stardom aside, and he went to work. And we were playing Donna Summers with 3-4 guys, and it was 3 Italian guys and Chester Florence, who just passed away. Sorry, it was black guy, and they call it the Power Five. I call it the Pasta Five because everybody was Italian, and it was just embarrassing, but we did it anyway. And he helped me to learn how to sing. 2 years later, I go back to California, give it one more shot, and my wife hears on MTV, they just fired the guy that got the job, because they got a guy that was in a movie. And they were told to hire this guy sight unseen, okay? Because if the movie hits, the movie hair, he's going to put the band on top himself. So they couldn't argue with that, but then the Eagles started flying, and 2 years later, they fired the guy. So I go right to the drummer's house where I did the audition 2 years earlier, and I says, I'm back in town. I says, I just heard you fired the other guy. He goes, yeah, it didn't work out. And I says, well, I didn't think he fit the band anyway. I says, so who'd you get? He goes, oh, we just got somebody 2 days ago. I says, what? We just hired a studio guy. Oh, I says, well, he probably sings pretty good. Well, I'm working on my singing. And he just kind of puts his head down. And I go, wait a minute. Don't tell me. You don't have to sing this time? And he just shrugged his shoulders like, all that grief for nothing. All that grief I went through for 2 years. I mean, I felt like I was suicidal. But then I snapped out of it. Until this day, I hate to say it, but Chicago has never featured the guitar again. They went ballads, and they never featured the guitar after Terry Kath. They had numerous guitar players that just stand in the background, and they're probably told not to smile or move around too much, or else you're going to get fired.
Right.
So that's what happened with that, and I just got over that, and I learned how to sing on my own on the piano and the guitar. I just started matching the notes, and you have to learn how to hear yourself. I'll never be a great singer. I have so much. God gives you so much. I get away with it somehow. I mean, there's a lot of people that, they'll never be great,
Yeah, but they're the whole package though. You may not be great at one thing, but the whole package makes you great.
Yeah, well, it's called, you get it over. I still have my moments, and I don't hear so good anymore. So if I sing a little out of tune, it's probably because I'm getting older and I'm losing my hearing. But that's it was an adventure, believe me, to learn how to sing on my own without any help. I mean, Sonny did help me a little bit, and Chester helped me, you know. But that's what happened to me, and I figured if I could sing, I don't have to play with a 10-piece band anymore, ready to break up. I can grab a bass player and a drummer, and I can go to work. And God willing, that's what happened. So.
Yes. I wanted to mention also, Alex, I'm going to ask you the same question, but the Outsiders were the first group really to use horns in rock and roll, I think.
The Outsiders was Tom King and the Starfires.
That's right.
And Mike Geraci, the leader of Rastus, was Sonny's older brother, was a sax player. He was on the session, okay? And they needed a singer. And Mike Geraci goes, my little brother sings. He's at the bowling alley right now singing, you know, smoking cigarettes, playing pool. So they brought him in 18 years old. He cut the track. They sent it to New York. It was an overnight success.
Yeah, great song, Time Won't Let Me.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. Alex, how about you? The watershed moment for you in music, you know, then you go, wow.
I kind of decided about 1970 when I was living in Nashville, and for a very short time, it was a different town than it is now, that if I was going to be a musician, I would try to keep it central to my life, and if I had to take another job, I would try to make it music-oriented. So mostly because in Nashville, I ran into people who were songwriters and great guitar players and had all these skills, but, you know, they'd be, working as a carpenter, working like Catesby Jones, who was from Cleveland, who wrote several hits, but his main gig was being a carpenter. For a while in Nashville, I was pretty good at third shift, cleaning the floors at the Baptist Hospital. That was my night gig. Nashville exports music, so, you know, if you come there and you expect to import your talent there, you have to fit into the system. What I did was I came back to Cleveland and I decided to go to work, and I would do that. It led me to doing some advertising stuff. I wrote some shows for SeaWorld. I was I toured on the folk, the college coffee house circuit for most of the 70s, and all the time, I knew I was doing the work, and everything would lead to something else, and I was looking at growth. What could I learn? How could I grow? You know, and over the years, you know, seeing Butch, you know, play, and he's always working at the craft. You know, what you just heard him do was describe what is central to his core and his talent. He's always working on the craft. He's always trying to better himself. And it doesn't matter what things throw at you in life, you know. It's about, like you said, the journey. It's not the end, because you don't know, well, you might know the end, but you don't know how the end is going to happen. So it's every day you get up and you go, okay, am I going to write a song today? I don't feel like writing a song, but I'm going to have to pay the bills somehow. I'll go out and I'll sell myself somehow. So I don't know if that answered your question succinctly, but it's about the craft. It's about learning and not letting anything stop you. You know, if you build yourself a good ship, a wave across the bow won't stop you.
Well said. Sarah, thank you.
I'm sorry. You can't leave the stage without telling the story of how your skinny little boy came about, because when you told me that years ago, I just thought it was like one of the best stories about the wedding. So, please.
My summer gig was, I played in what is now called a cover band at a place called Harvey's Victorian Lounge in Cape May, New Jersey. And that was when the Bruce guy was, he was making noise. But anyway, so we were a pretty good band. We got hired to play a gig in Bryn Mawr, which is a suburb of Philadelphia, and it was a pretty posh party, a very posh party. and we showed up to load our gear in. It was a little different than gear now. It was big, it was bulky. Everything fit in a Ford Econoline 150 that had pretty bad tires. And we loaded in. We met the party planner, who informed us that we were not to talk to the guests. We were not to partake of any alcohol, and we were to use the specific entrance and no smoking cigarettes of any kind. So we did the gig, and they wanted us to play a little longer, and I talked to the party planner when he says, "You guys will play another hour, what'll it cost?" And I described what it would cost, but I also said, but we also have to be allowed to talk to the guests. We want access to that damn punch bowl. And we're going to have a little puff outside, and then we'll play an hour. So we played another hour or so. Things went pretty well. And at the end of the night, I was talking to this really lovely red-haired gal, sparkling eyes. And she says, "You guys are really good. Where are you from?" And I said, "Well, we're from Cleveland." And she looked at me like I had maybe made a bad sound or something, and she sort of did a little pirouette and walked away. Well, it was my night to be designated driver. So as we're driving back to our palatial accommodations, I started thinking, well, Cleveland, why would you, Cleveland? I could be like a superhero. That'll be it. So that's basically it. I kind of started the song in my head there, and I finished it in Marsha McCormick's kitchen in about 20 minutes. And as I said to Ken Hammond at Cleveland Recording, upon recording it the first time, I said, this could be a dangerous song. And Ken looked at me and said, "I hope it is."
Alex, what year was that? What year was that you recorded the first version?
1975. It came out on Springboard.
Wow. It's a great song.
Well, thank you.
Deanna, do you want to take some questions?
Sure.
Folks, how would you? All right, let me go down to this young man in the front row. All right, just give us your name and where you're from.
My name's Jerry. I'm from Parma Heights. Alex, tell us all about the song you wrote, "Have Another Laugh on Cleveland Blues."
It was written right with the default and everything.
I remember, yeah. I remember seeing Dennis Kucinich in his news conference, nervously drinking the water, his hand shaking and talking about it. And one of the tasks incumbent on folk singers is you have to be able to write a song that describes a certain level of activism. Oh, protest songs, that's right. So I was on Kelly's Island and in my kitchen, and I kind of wrote it out. I had a cassette recorder, so I thumbtacked a string to hold the microphone and recorded the demo version, which I gave to Harvey Korman at Pix Records and said, "What do you think about this?" He said, "I think it's pretty good." And somehow that recording got around to several people. And Scott Simon from NPR, who was a roving reporter at that time, called me from the Hollenden house and asked me to come in and talk about it. And I gave him that original cassette of that which was played on public radio, when public radio was a very, very small fledgling idea in a lot of people's mind. But I guess the rest goes on from there.
Good question.
Did it get released commercially?
It's on the Grand River Lullaby. I believe it might be the first song on side one.
Alex, how many songs have you recorded?
A bunch.
Approximately.
I have 24 recordings of original works, so figure that times 10. I don't know. I'm not good at math. If I could count to 5, I'd be a jazz musician.
I hear you. How about a hand for these gentlemen, huh? Incredible. Butch Armstrong, Alex Bevan. You guys are going to stick around for a little bit, right? People want to talk to you. You guys are wonderful. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, so many stories. Again, I wanted to point out this photo of Rastus because the youngster in the far left is this gentleman right here, Butch Armstrong.
Where do they find these pictures?
That was the
Thank
first
you,
night I
guys.
ever played with the band. I was 17 years old, and
Well, you look natural.
it was a real crowded nightclub. They played kind of like every 6 months, kind of like Michael Stanley was. They were like a semi-famous band all over the country, and they would come back to Cleveland like every 6 months, and they would just pack the place. Probably the greatest band you ever heard in your life. I mean, you'd have to be there to understand. And I just fell in love with all their music was original. They were so. If you ever get a chance, go online and listen to. I'm sure the albums are on YouTube and stuff, and it was like. That's probably the biggest break I ever got was to be able to play with them. They were like my idols, and I didn't even hardly shave. I don't think.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of sideburns and a peach fuzz mustache. That was, I think it was September 26, 1971.
Wow.
I remember the day.
Wow. Yeah. Some things stick with you, especially that important.
Yeah, I remember the very first solo I played, or the very first song that they did. I got a standing ovation because I was a little kid, And then these guys were in their 30s. One guy I think was 40.
Wow, old.
But that was like such a thrill. I mean, if I could be Martin Scorsese and direct the scene, it would be great.
Yeah, they need to make movies on Cleveland rock history. I'm telling you, that would be awesome. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
We're now going to take another break. We're going to go right into reggae.
I said there are 4 black horses with the eyes of flame and red. Oh, they're tied in ribbons all around my baby's head. The bells are ringing, and they say, oh, I ought to go and see.
Hey, Dred, where you pour that joint in your hand? Hey, Dred, where you pour that joint in your hand? Going down to see my old lady. I heard you been getting high with another man.
All right, let's bring up Carlos Jones and Mike Wasson, otherwise known as Chopper. Yay! I'm so glad to have you have a seat. You're not drinking, you want some water or anything? We're good. All right. Oh boy, this, and again, you're going to have so many more stories that we could cover in such a short period of time, but I wanted to start off with that photo because our dear Dave Smeltz is right there, and
Dave, yeah.
we're going to go right into, a little bit, well, let's start a little bit of background of how you started playing, and then we'll jump right into ITAL and go from there. Okay, Carlos?
Okay, well, yeah, for me, I want to say the first thing that really turned the light bulb on for me was seeing the Beatles on Ed Sullivan, '64. Seeing the Beatles on Ed Sullivan in '64. I was one of those kids sitting in front of the little black and white, and at that point in time, we were living in Cleveland, and shortly after that, because my dad was in the service and he moved, we moved every couple of years, so we ended up going to Frankfurt, Germany. As a kid, I had one record to my name. I don't know how I got it. It was a Beach Boys album. And somehow I ended up trading with a friend for a Beatles record, And so I had this one Beatles record, I was a 6-year-old kid. And, aside from that, the only music that I remember really listening to was whatever my parents played on the radio, So it was the big band sound, Henry Mancini, Tony Bennett, whatever, So there was that, but my music was the Beatles. And so,
the strong influence. What are the Beatles? Was it George or,
I wanted to be the drummer. Yeah. I was always drawn to the beat. So, I was always just beating on whatever, the furniture, pots and pans.
Of course, that makes sense.
Yeah, and so fast forward, a couple years, we moved back to the States, and then I started really hearing, the soul, the R&B, James Brown, Aretha Franklin, Motown, Stax, all of that stuff. So at that point, we were living in Virginia, which is where my whole family's from, and listening to soul music, funk music. Moved back to Cleveland '69 and started getting turned on to, what we now know as classic rock, Stones and Led Zeppelin, whatever. And I had been hearing this different sound on the radio, didn't know what reggae was, but came to find out later that it was an American artist by the name of Johnny Nash, who had gone to Jamaica to record with a bunch of Jamaican artists, and was doing some Bob Marley tunes. I didn't know about Bob Marley, but he was doing Stir It Up and Guava Jelly and stuff like that. And they were playing it on the radio, and I was like, wow, that's different, And it wasn't until I heard Eric Clapton's version of I Shot the Sheriff that I really was like, wow, what is that? And then not long after that, I heard Bob Marley, which was like early 70s.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I didn't even know about Marley until about 78, but you're talking earlier.
Yeah. So this is early to mid 70s. Once I heard Bob Marley and the Wailers, and of course Toots and the Maytals, Jimmy Cliff, they were also around in that early time. And that just really caught my attention. You know, as someone who wanted to be a drummer, that different kind of rhythm, that beat, just really drew me in. Yeah.
And Mike?
Pretty much, my house was always filled. My mom would love to sing, and my mom loved to sing, so there was always an eclectic bunch of music in the house, from Billy Eckstine, if anybody's familiar with the big band, Johnny Mathis, Perry Como. This stuff I wasn't really grooving on, but I had to hear it. So it just kept coming every day, and I always associated every Sunday morning with cleaning, because she'd start out with Robert Goulet, on a clear day, you rise and look around, you go, here we go. I gotta do the floors, I gotta do some dishes, I gotta do some work, but the music influences were always there in different forms. And as he said, I had no clue. My mom played Johnny Nash and all that stuff, but I had no clue it was, you know, reggae, Jamaican. I thought Eric Clapton wrote I Shot the Sheriff. When I found out it wasn't, kind of got a little bit more into it. As far as playing musically, I remember my aunt buying, because I used to beat on pots and pans, bought a drum set. It was a Rogers, and I really regret what I did because I was too young. But they thought, well, let's encourage you. I put it on the back porch outside and let it sit there through the whole winter. And you can imagine what the drum kit looked like after that. And then they kind of said, well, he's not interested in that. But my grandfather played a lot of classical Spanish music, folk stuff from his country. And I'd hear it. But I think the major influence was my mom, because she was always singing around the house, always drawing, singing, and playing all this different type of music. And then as everybody, the Beatles came on at Sutherland, and I just like, what the hell? And I was attracted to John Lennon. I thought it was the coolest cat with the round glasses, everything was kicking. He just had a aura about himself coming through the TV. From that point on, it was pretty much just self-teaching myself by ear. I would listen to a lot of records, and I kept hearing a lot of records, and I would pick certain songs and certain melodies and pick them out. And that became, you know, an everyday occurrence. And then I started playing in the hood. And I went from R&B, but I was really a rock head. So all the influences are major, turns out as you get older. We put a band together, we had so much different music together, and we put something together that was different. But that was pretty much it, and I taught myself from ear how to start playing. I'm okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
I'm all right. I mean, I do okay.
And what you were saying is so true, because a lot of times people say, what's the Cleveland sound, as if every city has to have a certain sound. Cleveland has always been very eclectic because of all the different nationalities and all the influences that you learn as a little kid, that even polka's huge here. And, you know, because, so let's get, so Dave Valentine, who is over to the left, he goes to Key West. Take it from there.
Okay, well, at that point, I didn't know Dave. I wasn't around.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because that was a little bit before my time. But the way I hear it, yeah. As legend has it, Dave Valentine, when he came back, you know, from that trip and having heard reggae music quite a bit on the island, he was managing a little club down in University Circle called the Coach House, you know. And he had a jukebox, and he had brought back a bunch of reggae 45s and loaded up the jukebox with it and started, you know, turning people on to all these songs that he had heard, you know.
He was the only one doing that at
right,
that point.
He was the only one doing that at that point.
Any reggae.
And, you know, he was friends with Dave Smeltz and Bob Caruso and George Gordon, you know, who is, of course, the legendary, you know. From the Coach House, that was kind of like the core, that was like the nucleus of what would become ITAL, the first kind of Cleveland-based reggae band, yeah.
And actually it had Gary Linhart, which was
That's
Buzzy
right.
Linhart,
Yeah.
was
Gary Linhart.
in that band in the beginning. He was the keyboard player, if I'm right.
Yeah.
And Dave opened the door. Actually, Valentine and Dave actually opened up the door for us to continue making island music, or form of it. It's all bastardized, we know it. Everybody has an influence, you put it in there, you mix it up in the stew, in the pot, and you come up with who you are. basically. So he was before me. He used to go, you can tell your story, but he used to go there and watch him. And I got turned on because I worked at a place called Music Manor.
Yeah, I was going to tell him about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was on Broadway, and I was kind of kicking around with R&B bands, which no one probably even knows, but they had a couple of little hits on Motown. I did that with a friend of mine for a while, but I was really more into like Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin and Johnny Winters. I mean, we can go on and on. And it turned into, he got in, and then the drummer called me, I knew him from way back, and he asked me if I wanted to audition. I had never seen anything like it. And he said, well, come see the band at Peabody's Cafe, which was in the Heights. And it was then it was Dewey Forward back then who had it. And I went there, and there was a line going all the way around down the street. And I'm like, the heck is this? I've never seen it. And there was a local band. And so finally, they were on break, and I believe Chris came out, and he spotted me. And he says, hey, what are you doing standing in line? I said, I'm waiting to get in. He said, you're on the guest list. I said, guest list? You have a guest list? I mean, what is that? He says, oh, come on. And it was the most amazing experience of changed my whole life. Watching how this whole place was swarmed with individuals who were moving and dancing and together. No one's fighting, no one's arguing. It's just a big cluster of fun, party. It was. You could feel the vibe was really thick. And this guy was kicking it. Everybody was just kicking it. And I was just totally taken aback by it because I had never seen anything outside of my neighborhood like that.
And speaking of life-changing moments or meetings, how I met this guy, he mentioned Music Manor, which was in Maple Heights. I was living in Maple Heights. And, I was living in my mom's house in the basement. I had all my whole stereo set up and my drums and everything, because at that point, I was more into hand drums because I was listening to groups like Santana and Osibisa and reggae and all of these Latin and African and Brazilian kind of stuff. So I wanted to play more like bongos and congos. And I used to go down to Music Manor, and here's this 15-year-old kid looking at all the brand new shiny instruments, and he's here. He's like, oh, what do you want? And we just kind of clicked. We just kind of struck up a friendship, and I eventually ended up buying my first set of real professional congas at Music Manor. Bought them from him in '77, yeah. And it was not long after that I saw Ital for the first time playing at the Coach House. I'd heard about him, and shortly just before that, I'd seen Bob Marley play at the Music Hall. Yeah, this was summer '78, and then I saw Ital just a little bit after that, and I would drive around. I'd always have my bongos in my car with me, and I walked into this place, and it was just, the vibe was just electric. It was full of smoke, and it was full of people, and just pulsating. And I walked up to George, who was the first guy I met in the band. I said, hey man, this is really cool. Do you think I could sit in? I've got my bongos in the car. And he said, well, I don't have a problem with it, but you got to go talk to that guy, which was Papa Dave, and talk to Dave, and this tall, charismatic, just dreadlocked dude that just had the room in the palm of his hand, and he was like, sure, man, go get your drums and go, come hang out. And that's what I did, and never left.
Never left. Wow, yeah, yay, great story. And I also want to say, when you were saying about no fights or anything, and Carl, so many times when I talk to Carlos, I go, one time I asked him, I said, and this was only maybe 10 years ago, I said, so tell me, all these decades you've been playing, all these bars you've been playing at, from here to everywhere, has there ever been a bar fight when you guys play? And he said, and he had to think about it. He's going, no, I don't think so. I'm like, because everybody's happy when they play. It's awesome. Okay, what were you saying?
Well, no, what really is we were the type of band, if that kind of negative energy would happen, we'd stop playing. And we'd point them out. Say, we're here to have fun. If you're going to fight, take that outside. And it's happened a few times, but we would always stop the music, and then the fans would go, "Get the hell out of here, we're having a good time." So we started to do that as a thing, but it never happened a lot because our music was so positive in that sense of, we drew people together of all cultures and all things. We even, as we started growing as a reggae rock band, because sometimes people were looked at as not pure reggae, but we're not from Jamaica. So we just influenced blues, rock, jazz. We were bringing in bands like Impacto Nuevo back then to open for us. That's a Latin salsa band. And the fans loved it. We would put funk bands together, and we'd have different openings for our shows instead of just a standard thing that would be going on. But we kept the violence to nothing because we didn't tolerate that. If you were going to fight, you had to leave. But sometimes we've overpacked the place so much, the fire department would turn us, he shut us down. That would be the biggest thing of the night. They would say, well, you guys got to clear this out and maybe you can get back on. But we had a good run. And Dave, we had places back then that really opened it up to it. And music, as far as the other guys, they already know this because they've been ahead of us, is that you had more opportunities to play than you do now. Because of the world and the COVID. I'm not trying to get too serious here, but it's just a factor of continuing music in all avenues that you can get to now, because it's not the same as it used to be. It's pretty rough, but this guy continues the legacy. I'm continuing, and like it's in your blood, you just can't stop. It's just something you just can't go, okay, I'm going to retire. You retire from a job, not from music. The muse doesn't let you sleep. So,
So, we could talk about the recordings too, but then, First Light happens, where reggae comes from. So I love that photo, and so I put that up, but of course, let's talk about how that
we lived together, and he used to get on my nerves because he wasn't playing guitar back then, and he was like, "Hey man, I got this idea. Wait, we just got off a little tour. I'm trying to rest." And he said, "Come on, you got to hear this." I said, "Okay, here we go. What we doing, man?" But he actually, apartment living, and Who Says My Reggae Can't Rock was doing it in Itau.
Yeah. I never even knew I could write a song. I never learned music theory. I never, only instrument I ever wanted to play was hand drums. And one day, I was at my job, which was working at a Firestone as a mechanic, because at that point in time, my plan was to be a race car driver. I wanted to build and race cars, and so I was working as a mechanic, trying to work my way into a pit crew and all that kind of stuff. But then I discovered this wonderful thing called marijuana. And reggae music not long after that, and I was listening to WMMS Coffee Break Concert, as we did, MMS just played all day long, every day, and I heard Itau. And I got so fired up after hearing that segment, with Matt the Cat interviewing and the music, and I was just like, wow, reggae, and I just got this phrase in my head, who say my reggae can't rock? This is rock and roll town, but reggae's got that energy, and the way Itau played it with all of the, heavy guitar and all the influences that came into it, it felt like it was more rocking reggae. And so, I wrote my first song on the back of a pay envelope, and I, eventually got to show it to the band, and they let me sing it. Yeah.
You can pull it up now.
Oh yeah. Well, over the years I've recorded it with First Light, and I've recorded it with my current band. So it's like that's a theme that just is reoccurring, because reggae just continues to rock, for all these years now.
And it's much because of you.
Yeah.
All you guys. Okay, First Light. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Wow.
Okay. Well, it was an offshoot of Itau,
Right. Yes.
And Chopper and I were becoming more of a kind of a creative duo.
Duo. Yeah.
Just to to ourselves, kind of like a Lennon McCartney thing.
Yeah.
And so we were starting to bring songs into Itau, and certain things go on within bands. It's like a marriage, and so after a while, there was becoming a kind of like a creative split. And at the end of '83, Chopper and I said, well, look, let's do something.
And I'm going to tell on you, he really actually thought he couldn't sing. And I said, somebody's got to be in the front, and it's not going to be me. You have vocalists and you have singers, and vocalists, singers can sing. You have David Lee Roth versus so-and-so, so there's a big difference between a performer and a vocalist. But proud of. He turned it around and we took off, and I remember our first gig was opening for The Clash at Public Hall, and we never even expected that to ever happen, coming out of a basement and off of another band. And the snowball started rolling from there. But we went through a pretty little phase through there. We had Tony from Perubu audition, and we just had all types of people coming in to do it, and we ended up with First Light.
Yeah, but this, it's a recurring thing. This guy pushing me, encouraging me. He pushed me up front. He was the first person to put a guitar in my hand. And say, look, we need rhythm, so you're it. And
showed him a couple of chords and never stopped. It was like, okay. But it's been a long journey and will continue to be. But First Light really did change some things for us and for the community that we were playing.
Yeah, and you were talk about as far as communities go. Do you know how many colleges, cities that you played through the '80s?
A bunch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Quite a
we traveled all, north, south, east, west. I mean, we just tried to hit every college town we could. And at that point, reggae music was just really catching fire, nationally and internationally. And so we were riding this wave with our, what I call the Cleveland reggae sound, which had a lot more, rock infused, blues, funk, soul, whatever it was, because we're all American kids, what we grew up on.
And we were opening for like Meatloaf and just so many different acts that weren't just reggae. And the Wailers would always request us when they were around. They would go, "Well, get those guys First Light." Athens, Ohio was one of our big stomping grounds back then too.
Yeah, we opened for Peter Tosh as well as Living Color.
Yeah, and Living Color became friends with those guys. So we kind of crossed that whole genre of music, and that's what I think made us unique, was that we just didn't say, you don't play reggae, you can't play. It's just, hey, Latin, rock and roll, jazz, what do you want to do? We can do that, make it happen. And it opened up some doors for some other bands to go forward with what they've done. But, we were diligent on it, and we did a lot of work, and we wore ourselves out a lot too.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm Ray Carn. Great job so far. The first time I ever heard reggae music was in the mid-1960s with Desmond Decker. Was Desmond Decker influenced either one of you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, let's see, he had that song...
Israelites.
Is he the one that did Johnny Too Bad?
Yeah.
So that was one of the first songs that First Light picked up when we started, And so, that early kind of like ska transitioning into reggae was a huge influence on us.
And that's actually Bob started doing like R&B into
right,
ska.
Right. He started ska.
And that's where reggae comes from, is from ska music. So it kind of, like I said, everything with that pot, you melted and you start making that good food, And pretty much, because I got into dub a lot, dub music, and that's another thing, like King Tubby and Scientist and Prince Jammy. That's kind of like a jazz hypnotic thing. It's like DJs doing it now, but it was done way before that. So there was such a lot of influences,
I have to say that these guys really started reggae, the first in the country. Florida, they were kind of into Marley, but they really want, Cleveland, once again, were the pioneers because of our great musicians. So we have time for 2 questions.
Questions, anybody? Raise your hand if you have a question. Anybody? Oh, let me go over here. Hold on. Let me run over here. There we go. All right. Well, hold on. I got to get my steps in here.
This is a really bad question because I don't know a lot about reggae type of music. like the rap and stuff. I really don't follow most of it. But what is ska music?
Good question. Gentlemen, can you describe ska?
Okay, ska music is kind of like the Jamaican version of big band music. It started back in the 60s, but the rhythm was kind of like that
polka.
But it was all, it was a big band, but playing that upstroke, that was very prominent. So that's where.
And very easy to dance to.
Yeah.
I'll actually play some of that as they leave the stage.
Hi, I was at Peabody's Peabody's Cafe every Wednesday night for 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know everything about First Light and thought First Light was the best Cleveland band that ever existed.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And it was pure joy to be there. And it started my love for reggae. I wound up going to Jamaica as a result of that. But I saw every great reggae act of that era. I mean, everybody. I saw everybody. I saw Tosh twice. I saw him at the front row.
Okay.
We saw, I can't even tell you all the names of the bands that we saw, but it started a passion, and there was nothing like First Light ever.
Oh, thank you
and
so much.
the mood in that club, I still have friends that I made at Peabody's during that time.
Wow.
It's true.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so
And
much.
those are the warmest memories of that I would start getting dressed on Sunday. It was a big deal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're running late as always. We can, but.
Hey, Deanna, we have
yes.
one other question.
Okay.
Carlos, aren't you guys playing at Whiskey Island this summer sometime?
Yes, we are.
Oh, yay.
I couldn't tell you the date right now, but we will be back at Whiskey Island.
Okay.
And you have a
Sounds
website, so we can.
Yeah, carlosjones.com. You can go see our schedule. We'll be doing a lot of outdoor stuff, and hope to see you.
All right, and you guys, thanks for the time, taking the time, and continue to move with the beat and bring us, make us all happy, because that's what you do.
Positive vibrations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to play a little snipper, right? And then we're going to bring up Paula Baelish.
For so that every mouth can be fed. Oh, me Israelites. Get up in the morning, slaving for rest, so that every mouth can be fed. Oh, me Israelites. On my kids, up and I leave me. Darling, she said I was yours to receive. Oh, me Israelite. Shut them a tear up choices ago. I don't want to end up like Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, me Israelite. After a storm, there must be a calm. In the palm, you sound your alarm. Oh, Israelite.
Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face, stars to fill my dreams. I'm a traveler of both time and space.
Paula Baelish, everyone! Yay! She specifically asked that we play this song for her so she can get in.
Because no one plays more Led Zeppelin than me.
Top of
There's
day,
kind of reggae beat to this too.
all will be repeated.
All right, right. Thank you, Ray. Isn't he doing a great job? Let's hear it for Ray. You know, get that music in. And need to have a sit down with us. You know. All right. And of course, everyone knows who Paula is. You know, and you know, I was thinking the other day, Paula. I think you're on the radio longer than any female in Cleveland.
I think you're right.
Or Ohio.
34 years at NCX.
34 years. Wow.
Started out on overnights. I think it was midnight to 6 a.m. or 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And then I went to 7 to midnight for a lot of years. And then...
Paid your dues.
Yeah, paid my dues. And then recently, afternoon drive.
Well, okay, and let's back up a little bit because I know even on the NCX website you talk about your dad giving you your first transistor radio. I want to hear this story. And what songs did you like? Because I remember taking the little transistor to the beach, Meadow Headlands Beach, and for the West Siders it was Huntington Beach, I imagine, and just trying to get the dial in. So.
You know, I think every parent or every father has. Where they worked had I think they were called trunk guys. They would drive to wherever these people were working and they would sell things out of their trunks. And so my dad always brought home things from the trunk guy. And I was probably 6 years old and he brought me my little General Electric black and silver transistor radio. It had the little white earpiece, and I was 6, and I couldn't believe that I was listening to Jim Morrison and the Doors at 6 years old. I think back and I'm like, who listens to Jim Morrison and the Doors at 6 years old? But I had an older sister and an older brother, and so that's where my musical influences came from. And I just didn't have any friends. So
well, at 6 years old, I mean, come on.
So I just stayed in my room and I listened to the radio. And every year he bought me a bigger and a better radio. I don't know if you guys remember those box radios,
Yeah.
and they had like the alligator fake leather cases. That was my second one, and then a Sony tape recorder, and it was just.
When you had your first tape recorder, did you record your voice?
Yeah, and I thought it sounded horrible.
Yeah.
And I recorded everybody else, and I was cleaning out my closet recently, and I found a box, and I have a cassette tape with my sister singing a song on it, and a neighbor telling a joke, and it was probably back in 1973. And I still have that cassette tape.
I have
can't
a cassette
believe
of
it.
myself doing a play-by-play of the World Series.
Oh my God!
It was. I did terrible, but but it's a start.
Yeah, it is a start. And go ahead. What were you gonna?
Well, do you still have all those transistor radios?
I do. I have the transistor. I took it out this morning, and I came with my friends Dee and Jim, and I said, "Do you think I should bring this transistor with me?" And they're like, "Yeah, bring it." And so I flipped it on, and it didn't work. So I changed the battery because I thought it was the 9 volts. So I put a new 9 volt in, and then when I saw this little black wire that was disattached from something, so. But no, it's not working.
AM radio stations.
CKLW.
Did you think, for a long time, I thought that was a Cleveland station because
So
we got
did
it
I.
in. Okay, it wasn't just me.
No, I did too.
And I couldn't understand, they kept mentioning all these roads. I'm like, where's that street? Where's it? Windsor? Where's Windsor?
Yeah, exactly, Windsor. I was like, what? But yeah, and then when I got the FM radio the following year, then I would listen to WNCR, M105, WMMS. I used to listen to Betty Corvin on WMMS in my basement, and my dad had built some shelves in the laundry room where my mom had all her pantry stuff, we sold my family childhood home 5 years ago, and still on the shelves that my dad built was the request line to WMMS, written in pencil from me. Yeah.
Did you call that line quite a bit, or not?
I called that line quite a bit. I won prizes from Betty at night. She was.
What'd you win?
I won Cleveland Orchestra tickets and.
Of all things.
Yeah, of all things. Yeah. So.
Isn't it funny that you remember what you won?
Yeah, I do.
You know, and so who was your favorite female air personality?
Well, it has to be Betty. She was the rock chick. She was, you know, she was everything.
And did you? Is that when you decided, you know, I want to be her?
No,
when I
it's
grow
not.
up?
I didn't even think I wanted to be on the radio. I just, in high school, when people start asking you, what are you going to do when you graduate? And I just started saying, I'm going to be on the radio. And I never even thought about it. I don't even know why I said it. I just said it. I don't know how to play an instrument. I don't know how to sing. I just love rock and roll and music, and I said that, and it came true. And I think you're like born, you're like destined. You're born into the family that's going to make you who you become. And I think my mom and my dad and my brother and my sister, they all influenced me and made me who I became.
And you have that natural voice. I mean, if you didn't have that voice, you know, it's beautiful.
Thank you.
And I bet you could sing too if you.
No, I cannot sing.
I
can't even sing Happy Birthday. I lip sync Happy Birthday.
Paula, your voice is an extension of your soul.
Thank you for saying that. It's a beautiful thing to say.
It's true.
Thank you for that too.
Yeah, we love Paula. I have this quote in this book about you, and I just thought it's. I wanted you to elaborate a lot on this.
Okay.
It's so Dewey Stevens. Do you remember Dewey Stevens from 105? He's quoted here. He says, "Female jocks have a problem sometimes, often coming off sounding too rough or too sexy. Paula has found that happy medium. Plus, she's very much herself on the radio, and that makes a good DJ. The audience knows she's being sincere." So it comes natural to you, or you didn't really emulate anybody else, but was it conscious, or you just decided, I'm going to be, because a lot of times people don't want to, you know, they think they have to be someone else.
You do, and when you start out, that's what you think. And there was a girl named Donna Marie Cavallari in Florida, and I worked at a Music of Your Life station. It was a big band station, Perry Como, Frank Sinatra, just stuff like that. And she was my mentor. That was my first job, because I went to the broadcasting school in Florida. It was like 3 months, a 3-month course, and boom, you get your third-class license and you're on the air, yeah. So I listened to her, and she was real breathy, and you know, she fit the music of your life, and so I started out like that, and it just wasn't for me. And then when I wanted to come back home to Cleveland, because I lived in Florida for 4 years, so when I wanted to come back home, I just sent my tape to Bill Lewis at NCX, and when I got to NCX, I just magically became who I was supposed to be, and I wasn't trying to emulate anybody anymore. And we had a couple of morning guys who I worked with, Rick Rydell, and he was the one that said, just, you know, because I would hang out and listen to them and do things, get their coffee and stuff in the morning, because when I worked the overnight shift. But he was the one that told me, just be yourself. Just talk to your listeners like, you know, you're talking to your friend or your neighbor or whoever, but, you know, don't be someone you're not. Just be yourself.
That's exactly what, you know, Ted was talking about, and Larry, about how you and didn't you tell me one time that somebody said put a picture up on your board and talk to them alone, so that you feel like you're talking more personally to someone?
I never did that, but I do it now. You know whose picture I look at every day? Yeah, Michael Stanley. I look at him every day. I've got a picture. It's right there on my console, and I look at him and I talk to him every day.
And I do. Well, you know, we have to talk about your favorite Michael Stanley story. But before we do that, this picture. All right, this is one of your favorites. And this was kind of early '90s, wasn't it? So you've been.
It had to be like 94 or 95, I think.
So were you doing a lot of that, you know, at concerts?
Not too much, but, you know, when they asked me to do it, I did it. I was asking him why they didn't perform Black and Blue anymore, and that's what he was telling me, why they didn't perform the song Black and Blue anymore. I guess a teacher and her student. This is what he told me. A teacher and her student used to have sex to that song, and so they just decided not to do it anymore because it was not very politically correct.
He looks very adoringly at you there. I love that picture.
I was looking very adoringly at him.
So who are other stars that you got to interview and that you were really impressed with?
The only one that I was really impressed with, B.B. King. Yeah. The guy talked to me for probably a half an hour in his dressing room, and there was a line of people at the front row outside of his dressing room door just waiting to get interviews, and he didn't even care. He didn't even care. I said, look at all these people standing there waiting to get in. I should go. He's like, and he just talked about his life and his children and everything.
Yeah.
He was the nicest man I ever met in my life.
And of course, I won't ask you who the worst was, because when that first book came out, people were asking me, well, who is the worst person you interviewed? Like, I'm going to tell them.
No, I'm not going to say. I can't
Maybe
say.
A few close friends, but
He's
yeah.
a favorite
of
of people.
Were there any surprises that someone that you had, you were expecting one thing and they turned out to be something else?
No. Sorry. No.
Oh, that's good. And Ray, do you have a question?
Paula, how do you prepare for a show? What do you do? Like, what's your routine before getting to the station, and then getting to the station? Once you're there, what do you do to get ready for the air?
Well, now I just look up music news, but before, nothing. So I'm serious. I'm sorry. I don't have.
I mean, did you ever think about, well, I'm going to play Bad Company today. I'm going to talk a little bit about Paul Rogers and maybe.
I do that now.
Okay.
But I didn't before.
Was there anybody that in music history that you go, I want to know more about him, and which led you to other people? Like, you could think of, Fats Domino could have led you to other, R&B musicians and other songs that were influential in rock and roll.
Once we got the internet, everybody did that. And once we got the internet and I was able to look everybody up, I was addicted.
It's amazing, isn't
Yeah.
it? I mean, the Memphis Midi and, you look at under When the Levee Breaks and people go, wow, that's where Led Zeppelin got that.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
And we had a boss too, Paul Ingalls. He was our program director. He wrote a big volume of books on just. One volume was Creedence Clearwater Revival and that era, and then on and on and on. So we use those a lot before the internet.
34 years, you have a lot of memories.
34 years, yeah, a lot of memories. And you know what, the thing is, I was listening to Larry Morrow, and he was like, yeah, you always strive to be, bigger than the next person or do something that's going to top the other person. And it may sound boring to you, but that was not. This is just my job. Really, it's just my job, and it's just because I love music and I love rock and roll, and that's where it led me. It's just my job.
Well, you do a damn good job, at your job. Okay. I know you have some.
I don't have a lot. I'm not flashy. I'm not a very good interviewee.
No, you are. But I promised her we would keep it short. So we will have time for 2 questions. But tell us one of your most endearing Michael Stanley stories, if you can tell it without crying.
I probably can't, but just seeing him every day, going to work every day, and seeing Michael, and
I remember one. It was It was at the Odeon, a New Year's Eve concert, and everyone loved Michael. The women loved Michael, and I remember one time when they were introduced, and they all came up on stage, and you were sitting somewhere, and he came and gave you a kiss, and I just thought, oh, And that was way back in, I think it was 99 to 2000, because we were worried that the lights were going to go out and the power going to, yeah.
I wasn't here during Michael's Big Blossom, sellout. I was in Florida then, and so when I met Michael, when I got the job at NCX, and I met Michael, he was just my coworker. He wasn't Michael Stanley. He was my coworker. He was my friend, and that's how it was for the 34 years that I worked with him every day. He's a good guy, and I miss him.
We all miss him, for sure. So God bless him. Okay, Ray, do you want to go in the audience?
Oh, all right.
A couple of questions for her.
All right, well,
Now I
I'll
need
get
a
up
sip
and
of my
we'll
beer.
go in the audience. All right. No problem. All right.
And this is the beer that my dad used to drink, so that's why I ordered it today.
Hold your. Let me run over there, of course. All right. All right. Okay, sir, your name and where you're from.
Pat, Sagamore Hills. First of all, I want to say the show that you and Bill did right after Mike passed was probably most incredible I've heard. I know how hard that had to be for you.
It was hard, but it was surprisingly therapeutic and easy, and we couldn't understand why either of us broke down. But it was just
I couldn't either.
I think he was with us.
Yeah.
He was there with us.
But okay, the question was, Larry talked earlier about, you said you don't really prep for the show, or you didn't, you just go with it, Do you do the voice thing like he did? He was talking about doing scales and stuff to maintain your voice.
No, I quit
Get it ready for
smoking
the
in 2008, and that's why I still have a good voice.
And also, like you said before, you don't really work.
No, it's not work.
Right. They say if you have a job you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
I go into
So-
work 4 hours a day. I sit there and I play the music that I listen to,
Yeah.
that I love.
Yeah, you
It's
can
not
tell.
a job.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I do have to say, a lot of people say if you love your job, and I've heard that so many times that it's not work. And I'm thinking, I work damn hard at my job. Being a writer and just everything.
Yeah.
I love it, but it's.
You do
I don't
work
think
hard,
a lot
'cause
of
you do
people
other things, too.
understand that. And what you do, it comes naturally to you, and you've done it for a long time. But it's still you're thinking, you're paying attention to what you're doing. It's a lot. Yeah, so. Okay, one
Anybody
more question.
else?
Thank
No?
God.
Okay, yeah. We'll get her off the stage now. She'll be. Thank Paula. You are fabulous. You know what you do is great, and
Thank
you're you are Cleveland. You are
Thank
Cleveland
you.
Radio. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for listening. Thanks for the good rock and roll that all you musicians do.
5-minute break, and then we're gonna have more musicians up. We're gonna really try to end on time. Not really.
All right, thank you, Paula. Appreciate it. Our vintage shop is open now downstairs. We have food and beverages, libation, what have you, in the bar area. Deanna's got her books on sale. I have my T-shirts on sale. They're only $10, and we have multiple sizes. And Rich Spina, Billy Sullivan, and Cy Sulak will be coming up shortly.
Your mama says until I say I do, you say you won't. But I got news for you until you say you do, I don't. Your mama says until I say I do, you say you won't. But I got news for you until you say you do, I don't. I don't get no satisfaction hanging around your door. 'Cause first you do and then you don't. I'm do, I don't. Your mama says until I say I do, you say you won't. But I got news for you until you say you do, I don't. Mama says I can't get no. Mama says I can't get no. Mama says
What's that one? Oh, sure, sure. Jet number again? He's looking.
Every time we play our axes, unions there to collect our taxes. We don't care, we pay our dues. Someone's got to fight. I'm walking through my crowd, and I'm staring at the ground. I think about her everywhere I go. Looks like I'm from behind, till she turns around and never minds. I look to find her everywhere I go. Everywhere I see things that keep reminding me, but it don't faze me, 'cause I know that she'll always be. Everywhere I go. Maybe she still cares.
Oh, sure, I bet.
There's neither here nor there. I've turned it over every way I know.
Gosh,
It's still gray outside. The streetlights come on to the night. I realize that she don't want to know. Everywhere I see things that keep reminding me, but it don't faze me, 'cause I know that she'll always be. She'll always be. She'll always be. Everywhere I go, everywhere I go, everywhere I go,
right.
All right, folks, we're up here live with Billy Sullivan and Rich Spina. We're just taking our time. Deanna Adams will be signing books. There are plenty of her incredible books out there. The Ray Carr t-shirts are available right now. They're only $10, and of course, all the money will go to my early retirement fund, right?
There you go.
There you go. And how about a hand for, my goodness, Cindy Barber, the proprietor of one of the, this is one of the greatest establishments in the city. Really is. Great job, Cindy. Thank you. Cy Sulek, is he out there? No, he's not out there. Well, perhaps he's walking the streets, and tell him to come in if you see him. Well, folks, Rich Spina to my far right, Billy Sullivan right here, right next to me. So,
hello.
Illustrious careers, an understatement. Rich, of course, the lead singer for Love Affair, which was a group that from 1976 to 83, approximately. Rich, tell me a little bit about the beginning of the band. Brick, Skyport, Stairway, all the early stuff.
Well, I was the last member of the band to get in, but it was my job to know the history. And actually, for those of you that remember the band, Wes, John, and Wayne, the two guitarists and the bass player, that's the very first band they ever put together when they were 14 or 15 years old. Then they added Mike Kudak on drums, and then right before my 18th birthday, I joined the band. And that's when we changed the name to Stairway. And then in 1976, we started adding original material to our sets, and we changed how the rock clubs did sets. Everybody was doing four sets and 20-minute breaks, and we refused to do it. We started doing 1-hour sets, and we started doing show stuff. We added our 40-minute Zeppelin medley and all that kind of stuff to it. So, and that we decided time for a name change, and that's when we called ourselves Love Affair, and that's what we were till October of '84.
You got on stage and you just really connected with the audience. You had such a huge following around Cleveland. They loved, Love Affair was as big as you could possibly imagine. What was it about the band that just drew everybody to you guys?
Well, I think it was the fact that we were the age of a lot of the people that were doing it. You know, we had a regular night, and I think when Circus folded, we took over their, was it Wednesday or Thursday night at the Agora. We were the youngest band to ever play there regularly. I was 18, John was 18, the rest of them were 16 years old, getting ready to turn 17. In fact, our drummer had to get permission from his parents to be allowed to play on a weeknight, because we would play Friday, Saturday, and Sunday during his last school year, and we weren't allowed to play Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays until summer, or until he was out of school. So. But because it was the Agora, that was okay.
Yeah, those were great days. They really were. Billy, my goodness, Paul Pope, you've been with a band called Deuce. You won a,
Yes.
let me, if I remember this, summer of 1976, North Olmsted Battle of the Bands.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that, and that's, of course, the early days.
Well, we were from Brook Park, me and my junior high school friends. We played the Brook Park Armory first at that Battle of the Bands, but we lost because I just acquired a new Marshall amplifier that didn't have any kind of a master volume, so the only way to get that sound was to crank it all the way up. And it was a very hollow room, and everybody left and we lost. So I remember my dad saying, "You messed it up," saying, so we got it together and we did the North Olmsted one, and we actually won that. And I believe Walt Maskey and Fred Laponza they were the judges. So one of the prizes was we got to play the chorale.
The chorale?
Yes.
That's big.
Yeah, that was for us.
Yeah.
That was pretty much because that's where we used to go watch him play all the time.
Right, and I mean that's
on
a
the
big
Team
deal.
Tuesday.
What was the song that you did that you think won it for you during that Battle of the Bands?
Oh, gee. I can't remember.
Well, we'll try to look back in the archives.
It might have been, I don't know, well, back then, if you were a cover band, you had to do an Aerosmith song, probably.
Sure.
We did a Beatles song.
Well, you love the Beatles. I have to say
Absolutely.
that Billy is one of the best guitar players this city or any city has ever produced. Billy can play guitar like nobody's business. I've heard you do Beatles songs time and again, and you sound perfect.
Thank you.
You really, really do. Of all the Beatles songs that you play, is there one that you go, man, this one makes I get goosebumps when I play it?
Blackbird.
Wow.
Just something about that technique of finger picking that he does, with the thumb and the index finger.
Wow. Yeah, it's
It
ironic.
was like, wow, we can actually figure that out on our own.
That was actually a protest song.
Yes, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and Petula Clark said that was her favorite Beatles song.
Yeah.
Really great stuff. Now, Rich, tell the story about when you and Billy first started playing together.
Let's see. We'd known each other. His older brother was, we went to school together. And so I'd known Billy. In fact, gosh, I remember us all going out and celebrating. I luckily had a night off with my old friends when you played the Agora for the first time with Paul Pope. We were all going there to support it. But Billy and I started playing. I had a real successful piano bar night, and I forget what night it was. I forget if we did the Tuesdays or we were doing the Thursdays. But anyways, it was I had Richard and Heartbeats together, but I'd play during the week. With my piano thing, I had a great night going at a place called Dave's, which used to be Bober's, which is now called Rivals, by the way, if you're a West Sider. But then the club owner wanted to do what I consider to be the death thing. He wanted me to add a second night. And I'm like going, no way. There's no way I'm going to add a second night. And he goes, well, what about that blonde-haired guy with his hair standing up to there? You'd think he'd want to do a night. And I said, oh, I'll give him a call, because he had sat in one time with me and did a couple of songs. What was this, late 85, right, I think? Yeah. And so I called up Billy and I said, do you want to do the night? I don't play on that night. You can use my system. He goes, no, I don't want to do a single. And I don't want to do a single at all. And I said, he goes, we could do it together. And I said, oh, okay, that'll be something different. And that's how we started playing together. That's literally how we started playing together. And all we did was, did we actually get together, or did we just talk on the phone over songs we knew?
Just talked about
Yeah, we just talked on the phone over some songs we knew, and then that was it. And that's what started our duo. And then all the other, we've been intertwined in lots of different things. There's some things I do on my own, and he does on his own, but then there's lots of things that comes back to the two of us doing it together. Like when I was producing Sonny Geraci and doing his record, who else would I want on guitar but him?
Right,
and that, and that. So it's like, and then background vocals, and he was even in on the arrangements when Sonny wanted a different arrangement on the song and stuff. So it's like, there's been that kind of stuff, and he brings me in on stuff he's doing.
Well, the chemistry is unbelievable. When you watch Spina and Sullivan play together, you just watch these guys. It doesn't matter where Arnie's, it doesn't matter what bar you're at. You're amazing. And it never gets old. And I mean that. I'm not just blowing smoke here.
No, we just like going out on the limb. Sometimes we really fail. If they ask us to do something, we'll go for it.
You guys are.
So we'll meet you at the end.
Yeah.
But also, I don't know if you know this, but Billy was the voice of the IX Indoor Amusement Park jingle.
I'm sorry.
Did you know that? IX Indoor
Amusement Park.
That's great stuff. I always thought
That was George Sipple.
Yeah, he wrote that.
Things you learn here.
Rich, I'm going to go back a little bit. I'm going to mention a name, Otto Nuber. Let's talk a little bit about what his influence. And he was the guy that said, Rich says, well, I don't really feel like I can do Led Zeppelin tonight.
I had tonsillitis that day.
Yeah, and he says, well, we'll get somebody else to do
he
it.
wanted me to go. This was, anybody that remembers Otto would know this. I can even do my impersonation. He'd go, here. There's 1,000 people that would love to take your place today. If you can't do it, I'll get somebody else up there. And that was Otto Nuber, who he just asked about. And he was our manager. He was my manager from 18 years old until I left him in 83. But even through that, I mean, we had to be legal stuff, but I'm not somebody that likes to leave bridges burned. We ended up being friends again. And in fact, I have a funny story of how that happened. But in fact, all the way until he died, I was really sad during the pandemic that Otto had passed away. I had always kept in touch with him. Anything I didn't learn from my parents, I learned from Otto. He just sometimes didn't live his life the same way that he taught you. But he was a very, very good manager, and was a very good part of my life. And I'm thankful for that, because I always hated the fact that a guitarist can play every day, be ever want, but a singer sometimes the elements can affect him. And I swore I never wanted to be that. And thank God for the way Otto was. I can sing no matter what condition I'm in. I might not be able to talk, but I can still sing.
Yeah, he pushed you in farther than you wanted to go, but it really helped you.
Yeah, he was like a football coach, really. That's what really Otto was in a lot of ways. And, and like I said, anybody that knows him, you know all of his phrases. I mean, he is... Yeah, you think you're a star? You're just a local joker, that kind of thing. It's like,
I just want
so I did get back at him, and and this was after, you know, I mean, as you know, legal things had to happen. I'd take them to court when Love Affair separated from them and all that and stuff. We had to be handed our last tapes from the album that we never was fully released, only came the third album. Because I'm RCA and stuff. So, I mean, to say there was some tensions, but I don't like to leave it that way. There's certain, we talk, but here, Otto was, the scene was doing a big center page article on Otto. They had a big whole thing opened on him. On him, right as another one of the bands he was handling was getting ready to be released. So I called up the agency and I asked for Otto. Otto got on the phone and I said, here. They do an article on you and you don't talk about the band that made you famous. And he goes, the only person that would talk to me like that is Spina. And after that, we got together for lunch and we stayed friends. During his last years, he wanted to learn guitar and I would send him chord formations and we'd get together for lunch and stuff like that. I mean, you know, and he still looked the same. I got old and Otto looked exactly the same, you know. But anyways, that's since you mentioned Otto, because he is a big part of Cleveland history.
Yeah, and I did want to add that he owned Menor Hullabaloo and a couple other
Oh yeah, the Otto site, Otto's back room. We started out when we were with him practicing on the second floor of the Otto site, which was haunted that I didn't believe until I became a believer. And he managed a lot of top bands from Rain, Freeport, some of the other Champion of the later days and stuff. And
yeah, he was into it deep. He's got a great story in that first book. I don't know if you remember the story when Alice Cooper played Menor Hullabaloo, and it was just all coke. Everybody, and Alice Cooper came with the feathers. Did you want to tell that story?
Go ahead, Vince,
I
tell
don't
the story
remember.
I don't remember this clearly now. Some of those stories I remember well as they were happening, and then they.
But I don't do the accent, so kind of
okay.
ab-libelou.
I know. You do know that a lot of people that work with that, we all have our accents that we do back and forth in each other with them, but. He was German. I mean, he was American, but he was German and never really lost his accent, you know. I don't remember it now. I'd have to go back to the book and
I wrote that 20 years ago, the story. But and he's telling us, he goes, yeah, you know, everybody's dancing on the floor with the coke, and boy, that night, you know, my floor was so sticky. The next day we had to have feathers stuck to the floor. All that, you know, it took us days to pull it. You know. Yeah, so it's a great story, but.
Yeah, that was Otto.
Billy, tell us a story about being on the road. You know, like how you're able to handle all those, you know, city to city, gig to gig.
Now?
Yeah, I mean, well, back then, and now. I mean, of course, back in those days, you and I are
back then was different. It was easier. I don't know.
Because I'm thinking things were tough in a sense that sometimes people tended to maybe party a little too much in any way that they thought fit. And that would take a little bit away from, you know, the grind of the road, but it was still tough.
Well, for us now, it's one of those things, you know, and we knew Peter Noon when he was still having a drink or two. But he told me early on, because he remembers those days, Peter's got this memory that he sees a face and he'll remember you from like 20 years later. I remember him telling me, he goes, Billy, if you want to drink, have a drink. Just be brilliant. And I'm thinking, boom, I knew exactly what that meant. That's like, no, I'll be less brilliant, I think. I want to keep the job.
Yeah. Peter Noon of Herman's Hermits. Peter he's Mensa. The guy knows everything, like you say.
Because the one time, this is before I stopped, I think me and Vance had a quick drink in between shows at Sellersville. And he came over to our side, and he's like, I'm here, and Vance is there, and he's going. And that's like, okay, I'm never going to do that again. Just be brilliant.
And you guys are brilliant. Touring with Herman's Hermits. What's that like, though? I mean, city to city, fans, adoring fans, loving the oldies. That's rich. It never gets old.
I mean, like I first have to say, I'm grateful. I mean, I'm just totally grateful that I've never done anything other than part-time jobs in high school, but make music. So grateful for it, but you sometimes don't think about. There's just so many other things you're thinking about for the show. And as I'm older, I'm usually trying to conserve energy and not be cranky and tired from these 3 a.m. lobby calls to make a 6 a.m. flight to get to the next place and stuff. But I don't know, we don't get to be around. I love it when we've done our Busch Gardens, or where we're 4 days in a place, or now when we play at when we're playing in Vegas and we're doing South Point, because what I will do is get together with his fans. One of the nights I'll meet in a lounge, or we'll get together at a dinner place. Billy does this with me when we do Busch Gardens too. We do it together, because I don't really get to see any of the fans. I have so many responsibilities, and he has so many responsibilities besides what we're doing on stage. I carry his contracts, I get paid, I got to make sure the backdrop's up, I got to make sure everything's going okay with Peter. He's got to make sure that the lighting guys are doing their cue. Yeah, go ahead.
I schlep the merch.
Well, you also make sure that the lighting guys got the, so it's like all this going on. Basically, it's more like we get there, we do sound check, and then next thing we know, we're heading back to the hotel. It's just that constant,
Billy, tell us a little bit about your music. You write a lot of great music. We played a song of yours prior to you guys coming up. So, just about your songwriting.
Well, I would say that I've written some somewhat decent songs, but I'm kind of out of practice. In other words, I've probably been on a writer's block for like the last 20 years. Otherwise, but I have a bunch of unfinished ideas on my iPhone. But I've always collaborated. I collaborated with Paul Pope. There was a songwriter, a musician friend of mine named Brent Warren that was in a great band from Akron called The Action. And I used to collaborate with him because back when I was with Club Wow with Jimmy Zero, we used to do gigs together, The Action and Club Wow. We used to play a lot. And Jimmy was another one that I collaborated with. Not a lot, but on a couple.
You feel more comfortable collaborating with somebody else to kind of bounce ideas off?
I think so, yeah.
Some people are like that.
Right.
And Rich, also a prolific songwriter and arranger. I mean, the way you approach stuff, your solo material is really unbelievable.
Oh, thanks. Some of those songs on my last album were finally me doing my versions of ones that I originally wrote for Sonny. On 2 of the 3 songs that Sonny had also recorded, I wrote specifically for him. And I just said, okay, now I'm going to do my version of it and stuff. And the one thing I loved about when I was producing Sonny was he would dig through some of my real horrible 4-track demos of songs and find songs that I forgot that I had written. And like The Fire, which he did as a duet and I did by myself, that was something that I wrote and forgot about. And when I think I wrote it in the end of Love Affair, and then here it was, and that was like 83, 84, then it's like 1990, if I was 95 when we did that Sonny album, 97 when we did Sonny's album. And he's in love with The Fire, and we're recording the song,
I love it. I think The Fire is a great song. If you ever have the chance to listen to it, Rich Spina doing The Fire, it's great.
Now, Billy and I had a great thing that happened right before the pandemic started. I just have to say this, is that because I love the NCIS show. And I'm watching it, and all of a sudden, I hear Precious and Few. And I hear the version of Precious and Few that I produced. And I couldn't believe it. It was played 3 times during the show. And it was like funny, because first I was happy, then I was like going, well, wait a minute. I actually own that one. I was never finished playing, and I have the only thing on it, so then I'm trying to find out who got paid. But when I found out that Sonny's wife got paid, then I just dropped it. I didn't care, because she didn't know that Sonny, didn't always do business correctly. But it was a charm. Don't you love it? Watching.
It's obviously cheaper for them it's probably too expensive to get the actual recording of
Yeah.
They probably look for versions like that.
Yeah, that is. In fact, that's how I ended up being signed to the company that Sonny signed that song with. They're out of Nashville, because they were blown away that I wasn't going to do anything about it. And so they had me set in my collection, so they got that signed. So now I'm being pitched for free for movies with some of my collection. So it all worked out good.
Sonny's name has come in and out of the conversation on stage all day, and he did the original version of Rock and Roll Heaven.
Yes.
People don't realize that. They thought the Righteous Brothers did, but Sonny's version, I think, is by far better.
His keyboard player wrote that song for him.
Great song.
Yeah.
Great
was
song.
it B.W. Stevenson, I think it was at the time? That was when Climax was
B.W.
together.
Stevenson.
I might be wrong. I am old now, so I
You're
forget
not old,
things.
Rich. Folks, do we have any questions out there for Rich or Billy? Oh, of course you have a question.
Kelly?
That's not us. I have no idea who that is. Yeah, but that's not us. There might be a group that.
That's the European
and
love
now
affair.
what's funny is I've heard this. I can't believe that there's an '80s one. What I do know is that there is two love affairs that I knew of. There's a one from England, which was before us, and then there was us. In fact, in the Rock and Roll Almanac, if you pull it out, we're referred to as America's love affair, and they're referred to as the UK's love affair.
Well, I'm embarrassed, except I wouldn't know what you looked like in the 80s. I mean, back then. That looks like you right there from the second to the right.
No, that ain't me.
From the left. Okay. All right, well, we'll forget that picture.
There I am.
You
There we
saw
are.
that one's better. I know that. And I want to hear, Gary Lewis with the shorts. So,
And we were
or
with Gary Lewis and the Playboys for 18 years. So. Well, our history with Gary goes really funny. Billy first played with Gary. I played my first date with Gary when he was playing his last date. And then we were both on with our careers, and I did a few more dates with Gary, but I couldn't handle the fact of he was crazy when he was drinking and stuff. So when he quit drinking, his manager called me and said he was putting together another Playboys, and I put together the band. And coincidentally, Billy had just joined Richard and the Heartbeats at that moment, so I just eliminated the keyboard player, and I went to playing keyboards, and in fact, that's how Richard and the Heartbeats ended, because we became the Playboys. And though the people had changed, in fact, you see that guy in the blue suit, you might recognize him from TV. That's Paul Sidoti. Billy and I found him in a little lounge years ago, but he was Taylor Swift's guitarist for the last 14 years. He started out as our bass player with
That was like
with
one of
Gary
his
Lewis.
first.
His very first gig.
Yeah.
In fact, that's when I knew he had what it took, because he's there playing the gig with Jerry Lewis right in the third row, staring at him, and he played his best gig. He played better than the rehearsal.
And that's why I picked that picture too, because of he was in it too. I thought that was, and I like Jerry Lewis's shorts.
Yeah, we're laughing because he just got done telling Paul that he has socks older than him.
Okay, and then of course one more. You guys today, you play together. All over. Oh, wait a minute, we have another one. One more. I love this picture. Talk about Cleveland icons. Wow. So Jim Bonfanti left, Raspberries, Wally, and I don't recognize the one with the white shirt.
That's Steve Jones from the Sex Pistols.
Oh,
That was
really?
that was his radio show in Los Angeles.
All right. Yeah. And then of course Eric Carmen and Jennifer Lee and Dave and Paulie again and Billy.
There's Paul Sidoti again.
Yeah.
So a lot of talent in that one picture. Yeah. Okay, now we can go to questions.
All right, well, let me step up here, and I'll go down there. Have your hands in the air.
Down there already.
Well, yeah, quick, but not that
All right.
fast.
Uh-oh. Yeah. So what's your next gig? I know you're all over the
We're
place.
in New
Do you
Ham.
get to-
We're in New Hampshire next Friday.
Yeah. Well,
Good
that
Friday.
doesn't help us,
Yeah.
Rich. Okay.
And then.
Monday at Arnie's.
Oh yeah. Wait, forgot.
Okay.
Billy and I play every Monday at Arnie's. I thought you were talking about our road gig. Billy and I play every Monday at a place called Arnie's Clubhouse Grill. We've been having a blast doing that. We actually started the night during COVID.
Yeah.
And first it was all socially distanced, and now we have a blast, and we do requests, we do our own stuff, we do the night. We don't run the night runs us.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Hey guys, how you doing? I had, of course, my favorite Facebook buddies right here. Favorite story playing with Peter Noon.
Where do we start?
Yeah. Go ahead, tell a story. I'll see if I can remember.
One that comes to mind when I first joined the band as a full-time member, we're somewhere, and we're in a restaurant or something, and.
Oh yeah, I was trying to remember.
And then this was right after, I think, Senator Ted Kennedy just passed away. And there was a guy that looked just like Senator Ted Kennedy. That, of course, Peter called him out, Can I say the other? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't. It might not be
could edit it
it might
out.
not be politically correct, but it is so British. But that's
Well,
why I
see,
believe it.
Peter gets, he's Peter Noon, so he gets recognized. Sometimes people will ask him, "Oh, are you guys a band?" And his stock, he goes, "No, we're a gay bowling team." That's his stock, and we're like,
We're just trying not to laugh because Peter just is like he's irreverent, And there's also a little bit of the constant kid in front of him. Billy wasn't in the band yet, but when we were going down to do our Busch Gardens gigs that we were doing every year, and the bass player never made it off the plane. And we had 4 days to do there, so we're like figuring out what we're going to do. They're trying to figure out. I'm still new to the band. I'd only been in the band like a year, and I said to Vance, as guitarist, I said, I do play left-handed key bass, and I do have programs like that already once I load in that Kurzweil that they're going to provide me. And he just handed me the phone. He goes, you tell Peter. So I told Peter I could do it. He goes, then that's what we're going to do. So now I gotta say the band's really good. We're rehearsing that night beforehand because I'd never played any of the bass parts to his songs yet. So I'm going through everything. We're doing the rehearsal. In fact, actually Dave's being really like, you got this, you got this. Well, this is typical Peter Noon. We're getting ready to get up on stage the very first time, and he walks right up behind me into my ear. He goes, if this don't sound right, it's all your fault. And then he looks at me like this.
and then you're on.
Well, it ended up being okay, and in fact, actually, that's not the way we work now. We don't have a bass player. I mean, I do play bass on a couple songs, but I'm usually also playing key bass.
There's plenty of those.
Yeah, we can keep on going.
Any other questions?
I think we're wrapping up on time.
Well,
Ray.
wait, hold on,
All
Rich.
right.
Hold on, Rich.
What?
Both of you can answer this one separately, but Rich, what keeps you going? You've been in the music business a long time. Some people burn out, but what keeps you going?
I guess just because I feel that I'm blessed. All I ever wanted to do was make music. I heard Butch talk about even when they saw the Beatles and some of the things that they first were inspired. I remembered in the same week I saw the first Beatles on the Ed Sullivan Show, and then 3 days later I saw the movie with Elvis Presley doing I Got to Follow That Dream, and I knew that's all I was going to do. And also the other thing too is my dad was friends with people from Cadillac Music that stocked the things, so I always had these 45s of the ones that they were taking out, and I constantly was just listening to every single one of them and playing them. And so I mean, even the fact that I was probably the only 5-year-old that was ever bought his own little 45 player. The ones that used to be like a square thing you open up the thing with. And I said, and it's been that way. I'm going to be 67 this year, and it's like, I can't believe I got to the finish line making music. I mean, I hope this isn't the finish line, but I mean, once I went on Medicare and I said I still haven't done anything else, gosh, I'm just the luckiest guy in the world. Now, I don't know what keeps Billy going, but.
Well, it's the same. I would say I'm just happy to still be able to do it, to still be able to play, sing. I mean, for me, I've always just wanted to be in a band. That's what it was about. And in seeing him play at the Corral with Love Affair, and I'd be the kid out there, and it's like, oh, I could do that too. I want to do that.
Give me that guitar.
It's like. To be still doing it, I'm very grateful. And I see my friends Butch and everybody out there still doing it and stuff. And me and my wife, we left Cleveland briefly. We were in Chicago, and when we moved there, we played Chicago many times in our careers. But but to be relocating and living there, you're kind of starting over again, and that was weird, and I've always kept in my mind, it's like, what, the camaraderie that the Cleveland music scene always seems to have, that really didn't exist much up there. I mean, maybe it does, maybe I didn't see much of it, but we were very happy to come back home, which everybody does. You end up home at some point. But That's what keeps me going.
Cleveland is unique. In other words, we're all in big support of each other and glad to see people staying together. And it really isn't that way in a lot of other cities. You know, he talked about it when he moved to L.A., and Billy saw it when he was in Chicago. And what he didn't tell you is even some of his friends, people that we had known from Chicago, they're like, we're more worried about him being there than...
With the exception of Phil Barron. Phil Barron was the only one.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Sons.
Yeah. But you know,
yeah.
Guitarist,
right.
You know, but
Well, great job, gentlemen, because we got to keep the music scene alive, the Cleveland
Yes.
history, and you
right.
guys are a big part of it. Folks, Billy Sullivan, Rich Spina, Deanna Adams.
Thanks, guys.
I'm Ray Carr. Thank you so much. You guys were great today. Cindy Barber, thank you so much in this beautiful place, the Beachland Ballroom. Debbie and Chris, Cindy Verbeling, thank you all. Ryan and Ryan, our studio technicians. We'll see you, raycarram.com. I'll be at Gunzelman's Tavern tomorrow night. Thank you. Cleveland rocks.
Okay, I just want to say thank you all for making Cleveland rock as you do, for supporting these musicians. They were talking about there's so much support in Cleveland, even among writers. We don't compete, we support. And so please always, go to the gigs, you're never too old. And thank you, Cindy Barber, for this beautiful building, and see you down the road. See you at the next whiskey bar.
Hold on 1 second.
No, that's okay. If that's what you're going to have.
Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. All right, we're going to play a little more music, and folks, thank you again.
Okay, one more thing. Larry Koval is in the house, Carlos Jones, longtime manager, and he even gave me a job. So I host the Cleveland Beat, and it's on. I really enjoy the hell out of it. Thank you, Larry, for having me do it. And please go on the Cleveland Beat Facebook page. We're always interviewing someone interesting. I mean, it's just, it keeps the Cleveland beating. How's that? See ya. Okay, I think I'm done.
Neither here nor there. I'm turning it over every way I go. It's turning gray outside. The streetlights come on to the night. I realize that she don't want to know. Everywhere I see things that keep reminding me. But it don't faze me, 'cause I know that she'll always be. She'll always be. She'll always be. Everywhere you call love. I can't get enough. I can't get enough. What you call love? What you call love? I can't get enough. I can't get enough. What you call love? What you call love? I can't get enough. I can't get enough. What you call love? Touch me, feel me. Touch me, thrill me. Touch me, oh, I got the feeling. Touch me, oh, it feels good. Touch me, yes, I got the feeling. Touch me, couldn't get to sleep in my room last night. Something wasn't quite the same. Just as I was reaching for the nearest light, I heard somebody calling my name. Touch me, oh, I got the feeling. Touch me, yes, it feels good. Touch me, oh, I got the feeling. Touch me, baby, can you feel it? My woman is back. Then my pulse began to raise. As she lay beside me, everything went black. And she touched me in the strangest place. Touch me, oh, I got the feeling. Touch me, yes, it feels good. Touch me, yes, I got the feeling. Touch me,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Please drive carefully and arrive home safely. Good night.
As I was walking home the other night, walking past the Alice in the flash of the scarlet neon lights. Twice pulled up to me, a woman said, "Sonny, have you seen a silver Buddha with a ribbon on his head?" I thought to myself, man, she's joking. In this part of town, a Buddha could wind up at Burger King. But she looked serious, and so I said that I thought that I might have, 'cause I was delirious in dire need of any old bills that she might have.
I was walking round and round. She opened the door and said, "Come in." Offered me a drink and some funny looking powder from her sash. I told her all the things my mother told me. Don't accept a thing from a stranger unless it's check or cash. She said, "Who are you not to surrender? A poor kid like you ought to be thankful just being alive." And then she lay down in